Can you hear me now, guys? Yeah, you got to hear me now. Peace to everybody in the chat. All right, yeah, I have my mic off, and I have my device that's hooked up to my mic. It's plugged in. So whoever catch this on playback, Zon, peace, bro. Peace, man. RPX, ask away, brother. Yeah, may God rest their soul, man. What about them? This is just another test, guys. And what I was saying, as my mic was off, as I was speaking, was what's a testimony without the test? With all testimonies had to come a test. Just like in your Old Testament and your New Testament. It's crazy how X died. He would have been on top right now. Definitely was trying to enlighten the youth. Yes. Hey, God bless you, man. I gotta go. Go stay safe out there. Then you asked a quick question about those two individuals based off of your profile and your name, and then was just out of here. Just wanted to know if I knew him. Yeah, and it said I'm out. But God bless you, bro. Thanks for being a part of this live for the short minute. But yeah, man. But Zon, yeah, it is said to believe that X was set up, and he himself was also, like we are all, spiritual beings living this human experience. Very, very spiritual person. Yeah, can't have a testimony about the journey. Yes, and I'm always weary of people who skip over that part. How have you been tested? Each day as we fulfill the journey in the present, our decisions, every decision, every waking moment, we may encounter a test, even in isolation when you're by yourself, behind closed doors. You are still being tested. Your decision making, your actions. What are you doing? What are you doing? Level, do you like cats? And Adrian, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Andrew says, ever notice how dogs bark like crazy at you while on SR? I've experienced both sides of animals um, being overly aggressive, but not barking, but gravitating towards me, wanting to be petted, touched, and stuff like that. But those aggressive animals or those animals that may have some type of attachment, those are the ones that really bark at you crazy like that. I've experienced dogs barking at me crazy though. but also them running up to me and wanting to be petted, staring deep into my eyes. And that's also crazy too. But I know what you mean. It works both ways. But level up, I do like cats. I have no problem with animals, any type of animals, cats, whatever. Zahn says, I know it's real because I was tempted today and got that ringing in my ears and definitely was getting strong signs. Yeah, man. Yeah, I stay clear of people who only want to testify based on either someone else's word or going straight to the Bible. The other day, when I was on this live, it was a gentleman in the live and he started copy and pasting, a bunch of scripture and stuff like that, which I have no problem with. But also, there are people who come along and some need interpretation because not everyone understands the verbiage and how things are laid out in the Bible because most of those scriptures need to be decoded and how to apply. And some people just do it just to do it to either show that they're in the word, not really, because it's easy to just copy and paste. And thank you, Adrian, for the like too, man. I appreciate it. And after a while, I had to stop him because it's basically like spamming after a certain point when you're doing that. So I had to question him and say, "Hey, bro, I forget the gentleman's name, screen name, but I had to basically stop him and say, "Hey, bro, for a minute, what are your words? What is your testimony? Where do you come from? What have you been through your test, and how do these scriptures apply to you and work in your life instead of just posting just a bunch of random scripture? May you interpret. How do these scriptures or how did these scriptures help you out during your tests?" And of course, he danced around it, just saying that he just wanted to put in the words for the people to capture to get edification, but it needs to be clarified and also translated for some of the people who may not be in the word like that or be in the Bible like that. But it's cool. Whoever comes through, share scripture, especially if it's something that has to do with the topic that we're on, or if you're willing to clarify, give a good word, I'm all for it. But there has to be an explanation. There has to be real edification of translating for the people and where and why you are going to those said in certain scriptures. Another test, guys, is life. It's a test. 25 lighters, peace, bro. Glad to see you early. Usually when you hop on, when you get on the live, man, you usually be late. It'd be late, real late. It'd be the next day for real. Yesterday I wasn't on. I had some things to do. Um, and I was still gonna come on, but it was real late. It was mad late by the time I was really settled in and ready to come on the live. Uh, it was damn near 2 in the morning. I said, nah, you know what? I'll give it a break. I'll give it a chill day for today. Let some stuff linger from the last chat. Me and my fam, good, good job, Elijah. Me and my family started praying in a group for my dad's cancer and taking good care of him. And the doctor said it's going away for real. God is great. Praise Yahweh. Power of prayer, and especially when two or more are gathered, they say God is in the midst. The Spirit of God is in the midst. That's great to hear, brother. One thing about me, and people may get it twisted because they have their version of what and how God works in other people's lives. And that sounds crazy to say. Other people have their own opinion and idea of how God is supposed to work in other people's lives. Don't get it twisted with me. I am a spiritual being living a human experience. And once when you congregate people, you have the group mindset and the transmissions are going off. You're all working under the same accord. Great minds think alike, free minds think alike, and spiritual minds think alike. There is power in the midst. But that's great to hear. Speedy recovery, blessings to your family. Cat edits, peace, says hi. Yo, you look like you follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Smokey Swift. What does someone look like? Because I have a beard that's grown out. What if I decide to take a razor and cut off my beard? Would I still look like I follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? If I decide to change my appearance because this is the way I look, I get a lot of compliments, my facial hair grows speedily. I can't help it. But if I decide to shave it, would I still look? No, I would not. You're a spiritual being having a human experience. Yes, sir. 25 lighters. Cat Edic said, bro, how do I get the courage to ask a girl out? You cannot be scary. Build some confidence. Excuse me if I may be brash, but I think you need to hear this. You need to have some balls. You are afraid of rejection. And as a man, you are weak. You are afraid of rejection. You are afraid of being told no. Or you are afraid of denial. You have trouble accepting rejection and denial. Can't be scared out here, and especially as a man. You can't be fickle. You can't be weak. Just ask. If you need to do some practice, look at yourself in the mirror, envision yourself doing it. So that way, when it's time to come, you don't give off that you're nervous or needy or scared. You need to have confidence, grow your confidence. Uh, Semen retention helps you build up your confidence. But brother, just need to muster up the confidence. Have confidence within yourself, self confidence. If you get told no, you get told no. You just move on. Get denied, you get told you're not my type, I'm good, or whatever the case may be. All right, you take that on the chin and just move on. Don't be emotional about it. You can't have emotions about it. You got to be cold. Holy Face Home, peace, says the fatigue is real. It's not all of them, but it's always them. Usual suspect defended by everything, ashamed of nothing. Smokey Swiss says, you look like me, my brother. Skin, my brother. Smokey Swiss, the skin, I guess. I don't follow another man, sir. Follow the Most High God. creator of the whole universe. No religion, no honorable man. He was deemed honorable by other men. You dig? And very early, I will get distractors, agents, bots, smooth out of here. And I appreciate everybody rolling into this live, hitting the likes, getting a live rolling. We still early in here, man. The last past couple lives I've been on, I looked at the time. It only gives me the minutes on my side, but when I look at the minutes, I'd be like, man, I've been on here for a minute. Then I look up at the time and I'd be like, how many hours I've been on here? But when everything uploads, I'd be seeing I'd be up here for 4 hours, 3 hours. You feel what I'm saying? But it's all good. But it's still early as everybody roll in. I wasn't on last night, so I think I got the energy to see the next day once again, especially as people roll in. Uh, Andre Brown, happy birthday, brother. J Money, I don't know who Dix. Yeah, right. Zahn was watching a Bobby Hemmett lecture today when he said, "Once you've grown, your birth family isn't really your family anymore," meaning the different journeys and elevation of the mind and spirit. Absolutely. And hold on for a second, Zahn. When you break away from your family that has been conditioning you since you were a young kid, because you really had no voice for yourself, you really had no um choice to make on your own. So everything was basically given to you by your family, or you were conditioned by your family. Once when you start to have a mind of your own and see things from your perspective and have a difference in opinion or movement, you start to see that, and especially through their decisions and how they have led their life, you start to break away from that conditioning because you have your own separate journey. Since I was young, I've always had this thing with me where I would be the rebellious one because, well, for one, I was first generation born in the States in my family. Um, and then two, I don't know, I just always thought different. I always just went against the grain. It's just that I had a different spirit. Now you call me rebellious, black sheep of the family, all that stuff, but I've always thought different because I've seen my father be different. But you would always have, as a child, people be impression try to be impressionable on you, try to tell you things, and basically try to control you. You know what I mean? Because you're a child, they're trying to give you guidance, certain guidance. Um, it was just something in me that I needed to have my own experience things my own way. It's just built different. I don't know what else it was, but nowadays, especially now when I'm older, it gets more and more difficult. Another Bobby Hemmett lecture that I seen once, he was talking about when your family, you have to let the dead lie with the dead, meaning that the knowledge that you come across that's new, profound, makes sense. Try to introduce that to your family. They will deem you still as black sheep, the rebellious one, or even crazy. Gotta let the dead lie with the dead. Where your mind elevates, you'll try to take the people closest to you or try to take them with you, try to have the influence with you. But me being the youngest also, um, of my brothers and stuff like that, you cannot tell anybody older than you the way they should be thinking because of the age gap or because of age or hierarchy in the family. You can't put them on to nothing. You can't have You can't be the one with the idea. You can't be the one that's the leader because you are the youngest. And as I catch up to the chat, I'm also a really insightful guy, Adrian Broner, mature older brother. That's funny. Calvin says, "Where are you from?" I'm originally from Jersey. My parents are African descendants, Morovia, West Liberia. They didn't come here until the 80s. So I have authentic African blood coursing through my body. My father was the first one that came over here, migrated here in the 80s. I was born here in the States, originally from Jersey. Right now, I'm in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Mr. Monkey Man, peace. Truck driving TV. If you want to be somebody, if you want to go somewhere, you better wake up and pay attention. Chucky Driving TV. That's man, I can't think of the song right now. The song is playing in my head, bro, and I can't get it together right now. But I got you, brother. Andrew, the youngest is the oldest soul. Andrew, peace to you, and those are great words. The youngest gets to observe everything and what everyone is doing, right or wrong, what they're doing. You gather a lot of information from that, and you either say, I'm gonna go that way or I'm gonna do the opposite. Zahn says, man, I'm the youngest and have experienced the crazy face and stares for sure. Yes. See, it all makes sense, right? When the youngest tries to set their own path because they don't want to walk in anybody else's shoes. We look up to our elders. We respect our elders. And that's another thing. I respect my elders all the way. But when you see them do their thing and stuff like that, you say to yourself, as the youngest man, I want to be a trendsetter too, not a follower. So don't groom me to be a follower, or I'm just going to make the decision on my own and set my own trends. I seen my older brother set trends and be fly and stuff like that. Hey, I want to be that too, but I want to do it my way, my style. I see you got your way and your style and how everyone else is doing things. I want to do that too. It's inspiring, but they don't understand that it's inspiring to be your own. They want you to follow, be a follower. Bro, peace, man. Says you look really good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Jackson Play, what's up? Peace. One Chucky said hi. Peace. I got a real old soul. And that's crazy that you said that, Andrew. Like, even my music taste, like the things that I listen to at times when I want to tap in, like being that I grew up, with immigrant parents, they had to catch up with the culture here in the United States. So they listen to everything, all types of music, um, watch all types of movies, and to catch up with the culture, to be a part of the culture, to not, be uninformed about what was going on out here. So as a youngin and coming up, I got to experience all that, and even with my oldest brother, the same thing with him, catching up on the culture. Now, being that he was growing up at a time where it was heavy, gangster rap, and, R&B and stuff like that. Like I got a mix of everything. Jackson Play says, should I make a King Von edit for a vid? Sure, man. Do whatever you want, bro. The people love King Von. Most harmonious people always get the love. They love you when you are gone. Learning from others' mistakes and shortcomings is a real thing. It's on you to decide whether you want to learn from them. Yes, that's a fact. I'm just saying facts, Zion. And not to say everything that the elders have done or did was a mistake or a shortcoming. There's success that has been gathered too. I got to see. Absolutely. You take those things too and you carry that with you. But once again, when you take it and you are free mind, free thinker, you just come up, you are who you are. You just set here to create your own path. Some people rock with it, some people don't. Jack's a player, yeah, man. You should make that king. Vine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't know if you're talking about for me or for yourself, but if it's for yourself, absolutely. Yeah, the people that pass away, the people that you know, are killed, famous people that die. Let's keep it at that. Famous people that die, their popularity goes up always. I seen a video. It's a short on YouTube, and the dude said it was this gas station clerk um works at a gas station in Chicago, and every now and then, he pranks the customers. And he got to be in the hood in Chicago because it's he gets a bunch of different characters in there. The YNs with the face, with the ski mask and stuff like that. But he's a staple in that community for real. Like he does a lot of good for that community, and he just posts random videos, um, but pranking them, playing around with them, getting them to laugh, joking around. And one of the videos that really caught my eye was two older guys, maybe around, what I mean, my age. Two guys walked in there. He said, "Yo, just for you two guys, I want to give you these flowers." And the guys responded not like I thought they would, but what they said was, well, let me tell you how they responded. They looked at the flowers. They said, "What's wrong with them?" Said, "Ain't nothing wrong with them." And he was like, "He'll take them." He was like, "You'll take them for real?" He was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Yo, I didn't expect you to respond like that." He said, "Hey, man, usually for us guys, we don't give flowers until we are dead. You don't get flowers as a man until you are gone at your funeral." So he said, "Hell yeah, I'll take these flowers." I love plants. I love flowers. I got a plant right there. You see that, guys? Over my not in this hand. I don't know how it's gonna show up, but right there, I got a plant in my house. Damn, that's sad, but it's real. Yeah, that's why I said it. I'm like, damn, that really caught me. It caught me off guard. And he said that when he accepted the flowers, I'm like, yeah, that's real. Because I probably would have accepted the flowers too, because I genuinely love plants and flowers and stuff like that. It's part of nature, part of earth. I'm very connected to earth, grounding, and stuff like that. So for spiritual reasons, I would have took him, right? But he said, yeah, I'll accept them. He's like, hell yeah. In the hood in Chicago, you said, bro, we don't we don't get flowers until we can't even smell them, feel them no more. When we are in the casket, going in the ground, that's when we get flowers. But yeah, us men, when we are gone, that's when the most love is shown. They miss you when you gone, bro. Online, Karen. No, I am not part of any religious groups. Zahn says, I know exactly what gas station work you talking about. Haven't seen that particular vid, but that's the fact they only love you when you're gone. Yeah. And with these, famous rappers and stuff like that, they get the love when they hear it too. You know what I mean? Especially how they are promoted, their image, stuff like that. On like Karen, because I have this beard, because I grew out my beard or my beard's grown out. I just addressed somebody earlier with that. If I was to cut off my beard, what would I look like then? Would I still look like a Muslim? Would I look like a Christian? You shouldn't judge a book by the cover. Isn't that the famous saying? It's funny. People say, I don't judge, I don't this and that, but you get tons of people who always come in, see me. Paul, peace. People always come in and judge. Ask me, am I Hebrew? Am I this? Or am I that? Seeing me for the first time, but I thought you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. And I know it's a question, but when you say you look a certain way, this is my look. It's all by choice. And I like the way that I look with my beard. I don't cut it off. I keep it groomed. They say the beard holds a lot of bacteria. I had a hard and genuine talk with one of my brothers the other day about death. Told him, God forbid, I transitioned before him. I wanted to be cremated. Zon. um, Cremation. I have my sentiments about create being cremated. Um, I don't think anybody should be cremated, bro. To put your physical body through fire to be turned into ashes and stuff like that. But your body, your choice, brother. You know what I mean? One thing I want done when I transition, I don't want no slow singing or that's funny. You can bring flowers to me, but I don't want no slow singing. I don't want no church ceremony like that. I want a New Orleans style funeral where it is being celebrated. Shouldn't you be celebrated in transition? I want the horns playing, the saints come marching in. You truly believe that people are transitioning and going to a heaven. I want that to be celebrated. I don't want too much crying. I don't want too much mourning. So I want people dancing, marching, cheering, horns playing. You hear me? Would you box Jake Paul? For the amount of money they are handing out to box him, yes. Yes, I would, sir. Colorado Loop, what do you think about being composted? No, I'm good on that. Um, Colorado Duke, they have the first ever place where you do it down here in Colorado. An interesting fact. Um, nah, the worms in the ants going to crawl and eat you up anyway. I'd rather return back to the earth, let the worms eat me away and the ants eat me away because I'm here eating on animal flesh. So it's only right, right? Giving back to the universe. The same way I'm taken away from the universe and eating chicken, fish, beef when they are dead, why not? I'm not going to need it anymore, so I'd rather give back, right? Makes sense? And I'm not, once again, I'm not judging anybody how, you know what I mean? They want their body, going after we are gone. But yeah, Jasmine Jones, definitely enjoying your live. I appreciate that, sis. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Um, People don't really cry anymore. This world is going wild. Hold on, let me go back up a little bit. Zahn says, yes, a celebration over sadness. We don't truly die. We just move on to the next part of the journey. Yes, son. Yep. When you have done a study on death, it should be celebrated. I also at one point wanted to be put in a tomb, mummified, put in a tomb and stuff like that. But just put me in the ground. And like Brill said, the worms and ants is going to crawl in and eat me up anyways. Hey, brother, listen, eye for an eye, right? And I'm being funny, but I'm serious. If that's the way, you know what I mean? If this is gonna go, yeah, absolutely. I'd rather give back in that way in the universe. I've been taken, give and take relationship with the universe. Hello, Duke. I'm just passing through. I saw you were on, so I had to come and say hi. Anyway, I hope you have an amazing night. You too, brother. I appreciate that, Colorado Luke. I think I called you Colorado Duke. Luke. What part of Colorado you in? I was in Colorado, man, years ago, bro, before my son was born. I'll chalk it up to 15 years ago. I was out there. Sam Hyde, peace. Truth bearer. Thank you. That's all I'm gonna say. Bro, said you too much. Hey brother, what do you think? Great reset, man. Nah, we not. Come on. It's still early. I'm just gonna ignore that. That's cool. I'm just leave that there. That's crazy. Um, Sam Hyde, enlighten me more on the Great Reset. Enlighten me and the people so far that's here in this chat and this live about the Great Reset. Because on my personal end, I've had my own personal Great Reset. I've had to reset and rebuild my life a couple times already within the last past couple years. So, to be honest, I've only been focused on my Great Reset. You dig what I'm saying? I've been through divorce, stuff like that, rebounding in a great place, by the way. Mentally, physically, and emotionally, everything had to get reset. And I'm not trying to act all how would you say, philosophical and all that, right? I'm dead serious. Like I really had to buckle down last past couple years and really focus on myself because of personal endeavors. So I couldn't pay too much attention to the outside world and what's been going on. I just had to stand on my 10 and get myself right. Jasmine Jones, as someone who owns many, I know you own an Ankh. Jasmine Jones. Not only do I own an Ankh, give me 1 second. I got that thing tattooed on me, girl. You hear me? I own it all the way. I love y'all in this chat today. Yes, ma'am. Yep. I got that tat a couple years ago in Chicago, Great Lakes tattoo. Um, and it just so happened I got it on my left arm, my left forearm. If you look at the depictions of the ancient gods of Egypt, very spiritual. If you look at those gods, and some of them they hold the staff in one hand and they hold the ankh. Most of them are holding that ankh in their left hand, carrying it in their left hand. Crazy, right? Jasmine Jones says, "I'm from Chicago. That's amazing." Yeah, Great Lakes tattoo. It was the first tattoo that I got on my body in years, and it was done with a brushless tattoo. I didn't know it existed at the time. I didn't know they was doing that. So when I walked in and I didn't see no wires connected to the joint, to the tattoo gun. It really amazed me. I'm like, damn, they make it. Yeah, he was like, yeah, man, it was soundless. Um, and a lot of people say, people who say that they're when they get tattoos that it doesn't hurt. Um, they've experienced trauma and pain and stuff like that, so they have a psychological thing with tattoos or how pain affects them. I'm telling you, for real, that the brushless gun really it didn't hurt. Like honestly, like it just felt different from with the gun. Um, my other tattoo that I got after that was a portrait of my son. I got that in Philadelphia, and that one, I don't know. I'm not gonna say I noticed a difference in the feeling, but I can't remember if he used a brushless gun. He was old school. He used a gun with the wires on it and stuff like that. But it was cool. I usually don't have any pain or anything going on that's like super uncomfortable when I get tattoos. I got about 20 tattoos on my body, legs, chest, the neck. I felt that one. I felt for sure. I got one on my back, arms, stuff like that. When I see people compliment them on their op chains, they have no clue what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah, and I do got a op chain, and I had another one too, but I think I lost it. But I have another one too that I wear from time to time. But once when I got the tattoo, I'm like, you know what? I don't really need to wear this chain all the time. I got it marked on my body. Jennifer says hi. Hey Jennifer, I'm glad you're here. Using my comments, and I just wanted to address certain things. This is not to play um, on you or anything or pick on you, Jennifer. If you're still here, please don't leave. I just want to make something clear, very clear. Everybody here? IV. IV Go says, "What's up, Unc? How you living, fo?" I'm good. I'm good, man. Living life. It's beautiful. It's beautiful right now. Jasmine Jones says, "My back was the worst. 23 tats and done." I plan to get a couple more, Jasmine Jones. Maybe 23. Yeah, 23 I may stop. I just want to fill in some spots. That's it. Uh I am Xander Hayes says here. Truth Bearer says, "I am the way, the truth, the light." Okay, all right. Yep. I'm glad you're here too, Truth Bearer. Listen to this. Can everybody agree, right? I am a melanated man. There's no disrespect to anybody. This is no, I'm not racist at all, right? I love everybody just as you are. Come as you are. I love you just as you are. If you are Caucasian and you give me your idea of your God or Jesus, 9 times out of 10, you are going to say that you are worshiping a white Caucasian Jesus. I would advise you, please do not tell me about your white or Caucasian God or Jesus. Zahn, do you feel me? Because I am a black melanated man. So for me to worship your version of your God that you pray to when you close your eyes and you envision him and you say, I will seek your face, I'm pretty sure the face that you seek doesn't look like mine because the the face that I'm seeking damn sure don't look like you. I'm saying this with all due respect. If you have a problem with it, I have no problem with you leaving or, saying whatever you got to say after what I say is cool. And please, ladies too, don't take this the wrong way, but a Caucasian female cannot tell me anything from their perspective about coming to their side and converting me to their white version of Jesus. I am not on here pushing or promoting unbelief is not really spiritual, but I do believe in Allah. That's great, Jasmine Jones. And being that the Bible described him as not Caucasian makes the point even more valid. Zahn, I- there's nothing wrong with people using their imagination. There's nothing wrong. But I had someone in the comments trying to tell me about their version of Jesus and to come on their side. I'm sorry. It's not personal. Once again, I'm not racist or whatever the case may be. You can have your perspective on whatever it is you think I am. For the words I'm saying, I'm just being honest and truthful. You're wasting your time. You're going to waste your time because I'm telling you this straight up and straight down. Your perspective, your perspective is going to be your perspective. Do not push your perspective on someone that looks completely opposite, thinking that it's something wrong with them because they don't subscribe to what you subscribe to. I'll tell you this, and this is going to be the last thing I say about this. I would rather burn in hell than to worship a Jesus. I'm sorry. It is, it is what it is. Yeah, I know. Um, I am Xander Hayes says, well, Jesus was Hebrew, but God made everyone in his image. So technically, God can envision as anything. I am Xander. Actually, if you go to Genesis 1:26, At the creation, when God was making man, he says, let's make man after our image and our likeness. So he was congregating with the congregation of other beings. And I'll leave it at that. But I know what you mean. I know what you're saying. Um, Once again, you can envision anything, as I'm saying. I'm not going to envision white Jesus. So please, 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 please. Yeah, 25 Lighters HM is a fan for real though. If you notice, he don't miss a live. And he comes here with the same energy. So I like to have HM around, TM, I think the other one was TM or TZ or T whatever. They are loyal fans. I love the hate though. There's a thin line between love and hate, and he's on the other side of that line, and I need that hate for his energy. I have a coworker, Jasmine Jones says, I have a coworker who is Israelite, and the conversations we have can go for hours. I respect all. Yes, me too. Song Jones, peace, sis. How you? Good evening. Real Jeff, Rio, peace, man. HM says he could ban me, but can't ban that awful haircut. Oh man. Devont P. Other beings. Abigail Hollis, peace, sis. We on the same, you know what I mean? Wherever it goes tonight, Abigail Hollis, that's what we on. I'm feeling great tonight, Song Jones. Great, great. Is it? I had someone in the last live, um, after the live, jump in my comments and says, their perspective on what I should be doing and who I should have in my life, and it came from a Caucasian female. I can't do it. Carson Harris. I don't know what that means. The man, the myth, the legend. Jesus was Egyptian, so he most likely wasn't white. Someone else just said Jesus was a Hebrew, so he most likely wasn't. So he was Egyptian. He was an Egyptian Hebrew, according to you guys, that lived in the Middle East and may have been white. Also, how about you donate? Go ahead and help him out since he he was hairologist. Yeah, 25 lighters, man. I don't know what it is with HM, man. He has an over reception with me, bro. Song Jones, thank you. I appreciate that. She says your intelligence is so attractive. Thank you. It's just being an outside, open-minded thinker, and also just putting certain pieces together. I am Xander Hayes. God itself can be called our because He is everything at once. But I can judge regardless. I'm a whole. Wow. Okay. Whole homosexual. That's all right. I am James Jones. Once again, man, I'm not against anybody. Whatever you do is what you do. It's your choice. We all have free will. It's cool with me. And your perspective, that doesn't negate your perspective. I do know this though. Ah, man, I'll keep it cool. I'll keep it cool for right now. Truth bearer. Truth bearer says, "Truly, truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Can you clarify, truth bearer, truth bearer 22? Can you clarify and can you expound? What does it mean to be born again? Because the kingdom of God is within, isn't it? Yeah, Zon HM is dedicated agency. Miss Miss Sean, Miss Shan, peace. And Song Jones, you know what else about intelligence that makes people attractive is not just intelligence up here, but emotional intelligence. A lot of people don't have emotional intelligence. See, that's something they won't teach you in the church. They don't teach you how to control your emotions. Jason Crone says, "Got any Riz tips? I love a girl." Oh, he says, "I love you. You love somebody, and you trying to riz them up. You're trying to need some tips on how to talk. Um, Once again, be authentically yourself. Just being yourself, bro, goes a long way. Um, when people see that you are genuine, when you can be yourself, right? Now, being able to speak to women or saying nice things to them, being a soothsayer, there, you know, what I mean, I don't know if you want pickup lines or whatever the case may be. Yeah, just be yourself. If you have a good sense of humor, that goes a long way. And other things should come natural as well with that. Just be when you are naturally yourself, it just comes natural who you are. There should be energy there where you can feel whatever you have to say. You know, it may come off as Riz or whatever the case, but whatever the topic is, you know, you can slip some slick things in there, bro. If you're really attracted to that person, you'll find a way to say some slick stuff, say some slick shit. You know what I mean? Unspoken Riz is the best. Let your energy do all the talking for you, brother. That's how I get it off. I'm being honest. I'm not too. I don't go into the pickup lines. I don't go into all that. Um, Genuinely, when I'm around a person that I'm really attracted to, it just comes off the cuff. There's no thought process behind it. Just let it happen naturally. But unspoken is just letting your energy speak for itself is the best. Tyler Crow, what's your thoughts on religion? I'm conformless. I'm conform. I don't conform to any religion. I am formless, brother. I pick up the pieces of the puzzle. I like to put them together. Jason Crone says, I'm gonna get her number hopefully tomorrow. I hope you do, brother. I'll tell you. Truth Bear says, I would like to tell you my testimony in short. Sure, bro, share. Crow says, I'm gonna pray. Monkey man first. Yeah, man. Um, yeah, Jason Crone, man, just be confident. Confidence, bro. Somebody asked me earlier, how does he go talk to this girl? And I said, you just have to be confident, man. Grow a pair and just be confident. Practice in the mirror if you need to. Use the mirror. Look at yourself. Practice your words so you're not stumbling, fumbling all your words because it needs to come off with confidence. Can't be scared to talk to women. They're women, bro. They're a human being just like you. They eat, shit, sleep just like you, bro. So you shouldn't be shook. But it's your feelings, your emotions, emotional intelligence. Like I said, not everyone has that. It's a true, indeed thing. Intelligence is not just up here. Your feelings, be in tune with your feelings. If you got feelings for someone, it could throw you off, but you got to just breathe. All right, calm down. Let yourself know, yo, this person just like me. That's it. I was an agnostic, and in 2020, God revealed Himself to me, and it's Jesus, Krishna, Krishna. I was born again from the Holy Spirit. He gave me a new life, a new heart, and a new mind. I spoke. Oh, my bad. I got you, Truth Bearer. Don't you know there's a Krishna, Truth Bearer? If you was a Gnostic, and do you know about Krishna, linking to your Jesus Christ? I ain't spoke. Yeah, come on, Monkey Man. Jason Cron, God bless all the people in the chat, and they make it to a safe new day and their family. Amen. Hey, man, Jason Cron, man. I hope you get the girl that you're looking for, man. It seems like you in love, bro. You really hoping this falls through for you. I hope you get that, man. For real. Everybody deserves love, brother. I'm not against that at all. Do you think there is? Do I think there is a God? I know that there is a God. Tyler Crow. I know. It's no thinking about it. When you know, you know. And if you know, you know. Jesus Crow says yes. So do you believe in aliens being the higher power? I am Xander Hayes. Aliens, extraterrestrial beings. I don't know about them being a higher power, but are there extraterrestrial beings? Possibly. Jason Crone says, I'm helping a lot. Yeah, hey, man, I'm glad to help, bro, for real. Because, bro, listen, as I'm 38 years old, right? I don't know how old you are, but in my younger days, from a teenager, early 20s, or whatever have you, I had to break through a certain threshold of being confident within myself, talking to girls, talking to females. You know, Mr. Monkey Man says, I had a girl ask for my number 2 weeks ago. I'm really happy. That's good, man. When females ask you for your number, that does something. It boosts your confidence even more when they take the initiative. And there's a lot of takes a lot of ease off of you as well. And you're welcome, Jason Crow, man. No problem, bro. That crew night is tough, bro. Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Nipsey. Rest in peace, Nipsey Hustle. Shit is a marathon. Marathon is all a test. With this test, after you maybe fail or pass one, you still got to keep going. You may fail a test here and there. We all do. Not perfect, but we keep this shit going. Um, I'm crying. That everyone deserves love. Hey, man, I'm dead serious about that, bro. Hope she has the same energy for you, Jason. Yeah, and that's a fact, Zon. Feeling has to be mutual as well. She may be just as nervous, anticipating. Just make sure that love is reciprocal. One thing that Zon did remind me of is if it's not reciprocal, you have to pull back your energy. Don't do too much. You can show love, but once when you see that it's not being reciprocated back or it's being manipulated, you gotta fall back. As much as you may like or you know what I mean, have feelings for this girl, it hurts sometimes, but you do have to fall back if the energy is not being reciprocated, brother. Keep that in mind. But follow through with your heart, bro. The heart chakra seems to be open. Truth Bear says, I want you to know him because his love, oh boy, here we go. And power change lives. Okay. And saved from eternal punishment. Okay. He is the only truth. Okay. Everything else is a lie. Okay. That leads to the path of lostness and problems. Wow. Wow, Truth Bearer. That's a very bold statement. I hope you can stand on that. Hope you can stand on that, brother. That sounds very overbearing, Truth Bearer, on what you're saying. Everything else is a lie? Are you sure about that? Or are you trying to convince yourself? Because at one point you said you was Gnostic or whatever you said you was. Let me catch up to the chat a little bit. Tyler Crow. who, who is God then? Hold on. I'm saying I kind of believe in everything from aliens to Jesus to Buddhism to Egypt mythology. I think it's all different interpretations of the same shit for real. Jason Crone. Right, like all is God is real. Um A TNS. TNS. I don't know how to really say your name, but TNS peace. You always come through the lives. I appreciate you. Illuminator says, Black MAGA, let's go. Let's go. Truth Bear. We are living in the end times. Jesus is coming. Oh boy, here we go. Hey, see, and that's the thing. Truth Bear, I've been hearing that same rigmarole for 30 years that Jesus was coming back. I'm a 38-year-old man. When I was 5, 6, 7 years old in the church, they were saying Jesus was coming back since then. Since then, bro. Since the early 90s, bro. They've been saying Jesus been coming back. We in 2026 now. Philip Long says, Twister or Eminem? I'll go with M. Cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you. Just Crump says, Buster. W God. Am I caught up yet? Hold on. All right. Yeah. I'm caught up a little bit. Physique Valleys. Busted is on the third season of. Wow. Damn. Okay. Um, Jason Crone. God bless Crowd of Boys. Yes. Caught up a little bit. Antennas. Yes. I appreciate you. And Brill. Crying emojis. Crying. Brother. Truth bearer. I asked you about Krishna. Do you know about Krishna? The name that they have taken and made Jesus Christ. The one that you say is the only one. Are you sure about that? Krishna, in translations to the Hindu, Krishna translates to the black one. Do your research. Oh, now you want to leave? Come on, bro. Come on, come on, come on. Don't force your most likely white Jesus on me and tell me that he's the only one, the only truth, the only way. And there has been 16 other crucified saviors to walk this earth, one of them being Krishna. And I don't want to be born again to return to this place. Krishna translates to the black one. Did you know that? Truth bearer. Please stay for some truth if you want to hear it. Don't try to force someone into your beliefs and then try to leave when they have some knowledge about what you're talking about. Everything else is a lie. So the Krishna that the Hindu worship, they are lying. Do you know about Krishna? Zone 6 Eon, what up? Don't leave just yet. Don't do that. You see how people like to do with their rhetoric and their beliefs? Just try to tell you who you are and try to plant a seed of doubt on what the path that you are on tells me that I need to be saved. I don't need to be saved from what exactly? And that's the point. What were you saved from before you leave? What were you saved from, my brother? To say now that someone else needs saving. I don't need saving from nothing. If I'm drowning, I know how to swim. Do you hear me? I don't need a life jacket or a lifeboat. I know how to swim. Saved from the right. Sam High, you got it. Yeah, you are forcing because you're trying to tell me I need to get saved. Save exactly from what? What I need to get saved from? Why do I need to be born again? Born again into what? What do I need to be reconditioned into? I've already broken out of the cycle in a matrix. Do you know about Krishna, sir? You still haven't answered. You're dancing around the question. Yeah, all right, here we go. And I answer your question about Krishna comment. Did you? Let me see. Sandro, no, I'm not outside or behind a green screen. I am in the comforts of my home. No, I'm very open to anything, truth bearer. But you telling me what I need to do as a grown ass man to follow you and what you had to go through, just briefly, because you wasn't really saying what you had to get saved from. Samuel Bensley, you know my sins? And that's the point. You don't know me. You don't know. You don't know what I've had to endure just to sit in a seat in front of you people to say I had to or need to be saved. I don't need saving, sir. Thank you very much. Man shouldn't judge. I thought that was being taught too through your Jesus Christ. Krishna, and did you answer? You just said Jesus was from the Middle East. You're not addressing the actual name that was taken. Truth bearer. Now you're lying. And I don't think Jesus likes that. Jesus doesn't like liars. You just told me That I needed to be saved, sir. You didn't just say, "Oh, I commented today was Jesus loves you, second scriptures, and a testimony." You told me I needed to be saved, sir. And there are 72 names of God and also 99 attributes. Doorway, thank you for that. Let's go. Let's drop some more lies in here, like Truth Bear was saying, because you said everything else is a lie also. So that's not all you commented, sir. You made very bold statements in here, sir. You see, one thing about it is that I have reading comprehension and I look, see, and download everything up here. I stopped smoking 2 months ago. And my clarity, like once when I pick up on certain things, like now everything, information, picking right up, guys. I suggest you weed smokers out there. I'm not saying stop because I love weed, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. And I didn't need Jesus to save me to stop smoking, to be sober. I didn't call on Jesus for that. How real is that? Tyler Crow. I didn't answer your question. You are absolutely right. I'm sorry because and I wasn't ignoring you. It's just that when truth bearers say that everything else is a lie, I needed to give him some work. And I promise you, and for my Muslims and Islamic people out there, wallahi, wallahi, I did not call on Jesus to free me from marijuana smoke. Two months sober, by the way. And ever since then, all the information. So you, sir, told me everything else was a lie. You said, "Oh, everything else is lie." Krishna, that name, Christ, Krishna, was stolen. Just like the oppressors do, they steal everything else. They stole that, and it means black one. That hurts. I'm not your beloved, sir, because if you were, you wouldn't be trying to force your beliefs on me, and you could keep your white heart. My heart is black. My heart is black, sir. From blockages like people like you who are distractors. Terry Will, what's up, pimp? Um, Let me get to Tyler Crow. Who is God? Hmm. Tyler Crow. Since we want to go there, we want to go there. Should I go there? Isn't not written in your law that ye are gods? We are his children. And when you birth children, aren't they extensions of you? Are we not here to do greater works than your said Yeshua? The letter J also, I always like to put this out there. The letter J didn't exist before the 1600s. The Yeshua Yamashiach, great messenger, the only begotten son, is what you all love to just harp out and say he saved you. Justin K says God helps those who help themselves. Azan, I'm giving him an abundance of knowledge, and all he wants to talk about is just Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. And you see how they have the people brainwashed, only believing in that. They are not receptive to any other information. They tell me I'm closed off. They close off anything that I'm saying and just saying I need to be saved again. They not listening to me. Listen to this story, guys. Hold on. I saw spiritual things. Let me try to catch up. Tyler Crow, do you think all religions lead to the same place? And what do you think about Jesus claiming to be the only way? I just said it. Um, I like to tell you my testimony. I just gave a little bit about me being too much sober, and I didn't need or ask or go to your Jesus Christ for it. Joseph says, God makes me suffer too much. That's on you, brother. I tell you, Tyler Crow, I'm not understanding what you're talking about. And I asked who is because you said you know. I'm gonna get to you, Tyler Crow, because it seems like you got a blockage somewhere. Man, this shit is sad to see. Zion, it's very sad. People don't understand and they want confirmation. They want, hey, what's going on? Street Princess, peace to you. Stay in here for a little bit. You'll see what's going on. I'm about a year sober now, and the mental clarity is definitely real. Wait, actually, no, yeah, 2 months. I was gonna say three. It will be three at the end of January. Um, is a message held for review. Oh yeah, you say you was an agnostic, and I don't believe in the New Age, sir. See, and this is the thing. You are making assumptions like you were like me. We are not the same, brother. We're far from it. Street Princess sobriety is awesome. I'm trying to stop drinking this year. Real shit's hard. And that's another thing too. Being safe from alcoholism. Joseph, I appreciate you. I appreciate you liking my show, man. I thank you. Truth bearer. Me and you are not the same. See, if you truly believe in the rhetoric you were talking about, you would be on this side of the camera, not in my live chat, trying to convince me of what you're talking about. How real is that? How you like that one, sir? Bentley, Henley, I subscribe. Thank you for the subscribe. William Hartman. Right now, um, someone in the chat, they were saying that Jesus Christ is the only way and everything else is a lie. So your holy Quran must be a lie. I gotta bring out the books now. I gotta bring out the books now, Zahn. The pineal gland, the eye of God. Science must be a lie also then. Everything else is a lie, right? This book by Charles Fillmore, I really encourage you Jesus lovers to read because in this book he describes and breaks down the metaphor and the allegory and what the 12 disciples represented. The 12 disciples in metaphysics. When you look at metaphysics, the 12 disciples, and watch this wordplay that they like to use on you guys to influence your minds. The 12 disciples are 12 disciplines that you need to have as a man to walk on this living earth. How real is that? Your 12 disciples represent 12 disciplines of man, of human. And when you put them together, you will start to live like Christ. That must be a lie also, right? I'm a I don't like to show this book because if I've showed it a couple times and someone was like, "Yo, what is that?" And I'm like, that's more, you know what I mean, more sacred than anybody else." And I regret actually showing that one book. And when someone asks you who is God, oh, in this book too, Life of Christ. And you know, in this book, what it says in early Christianity. As a matter of fact, let me open up this book real fast so that way I could give it to you straight from the source. I ain't gonna do it from memory because y'all won't believe me. Y'all won't believe me if I just do it from memory. Before they whipped everybody into Christianity and shed blood over the cross for Christianity to spread it, there was discrepancy on what books to actually put in the Bible and take out. There was a religious and political problem dealing with the Holy Bible. Did you know that, Truth Bearer? Or is that a lie also? Joseph, I do go to the gym. I do like to do my thing in the gym, sir. And I actually participated in an amateur bodybuilding contest in two weight classes, and I won one of the weight classes and placed second. And Truth Bearer, you just gave me the same John 3:3 verse. Anyways, as I was saying, the rabbis, the philosophers, all had to collectively come together to put together this Bible, the version that you may have now. And this is not New Age teaching. This is in the book that talks about the laws that they had to pass after blood was shed. Wars were fought to push Christianity, to push your version of Jesus. Did you know that? Yeshua is child of God, just as you and I are children of the Almighty Universe. One verse, one song we should all be dancing and singing to, but instead, you want to take that away from the universe and say, right. Did you know that the Bible derives from the Greek word of book? In its plural form, this Greek word passed into Latin language and thence into most modern languages. We use the word to designate the group or collective of writings which are the Word of God. The Bible is simply the book. What is the Bible? When we say the Bible is the Word of God, we mean that its writings are inspired by God. Hmm. More specifically, we mean that these writings have a twofold authorship, one divine, the other human. Y'all listening? Truth Bearer, are you still here? Because I thought Jesus was the only way. Here it's saying, even in the Bible, there's a twofold story.
twofold authorship, one divine, the other human. Hmm? In a very real and true sense, truth bearer, God is the author of everything in the Bible. So also are the many human writers who produce the sacred books. Each and every detail of the Bible has both God and man as the author. How is this possible? Is a mystery of grace. All grace works mysteriously without interfering with human will. This particular grace is called biblical inspiration. It must be carefully distinguished from all other gifts of God. These books are supposed to be used, and especially this one, for inspiration. True indeed. Street Princess says Jesus and Lucifer. Lucifer translates into the light bringer, are brothers because they are both defined as the truth and the light and being light bringers. Spooky, isn't it? Should I write again my testimony? No, I don't need your testimony again. You already said what you said, brother. It's just that you turned away and got weak into your gnosis studies, your knowledge. Something spooked you along the way and you gave it up to the deity. That's your problem, not mine. It's not mine, brother. If you want to stick to one book, sir, and Iverson G says, and if you're right about this, brother, says, hello, I got depression. Hey, bro, and that's what I was about to say. When I was in my depressive state and I leaned on marijuana to stay sane and deal with my depression, I did not call on Jesus Christ to get out of that state, sir. So he's not the only way. He is not the only truth out here. You want to give it up to that deity? That is on you. He's a deity, just like Krishna. Iverson G, I was getting to that. People think, and they'll have you believe, that Jesus is the only way and the truth. When you're battling certain things and you have tried that way and it only gets worse, or when you just know knowledge. Iverson G says, my friend Chip told me, pray not to have depression. All gods are. Stay true. Lee says, all gods are within you. Stay true, Lee. They won't understand. Zahn says, it doesn't make sense to believe in the universe first, then go back to believe in Jesus. And Zahn, I don't even understand what that means. What he's when he got spooked, bro. Because when you lift the veil and you don't have the heart within you to really understand what is happening, you want to go back or you want to divert and say, nah, 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 this can't be right. You want to refute the real knowledge. When you lift the veil, you understand now you really have to take accountability for everything. It's lonely. It's very lonely out here when you realize it ain't nothing but you and everything is within. I'm going to say that again. When you lift the veil and realize it's just you out here, and truly everything is within, it becomes lonely. People get scared and spooked. So you call on the deity, and the deity shows up. Of course. Spirituality, right? See, people like to talk that spirituality shit, but then when you start to talk deities, spirits, and demons, oh, that once again, it shakes them up. But we spiritual, right? It's a spirit. Born again. You know what that sounds like, bro? Fall back into the matrix. You've made that choice, truth bearer, to go the easy route. Please don't bless me in Jesus' name. I do not want that blessing, sir. That. I rebuke it. I don't want that deity near me, sir. Once again, you're trying to force your beliefs on me. I do not accept. And my ancestors would be very proud and be willing to take care of that because you don't know what I practice over here, brother. And that's why I like to keep mine over on this side. Be wary of who you are playing with, sir, because you don't know what I play with. You want to send what in whose name? In my way? No, sir. I rebuke it. And I don't care what type of smiley faces you put behind whatever you saying. I don't want it in that name. No, thank you. That name, that first letter of that name, didn't exist till the 1600s. So you don't even really know for real, who you are praying to. Don't send that my way, please. The outside is a mirror. God's name is I am. All deities are man-made, and false gods. Dutch. Dutch Vander. I support any human being that's trying to do the right thing. I don't force my beliefs on anyone. I'm not trying to convince anybody to do anything without their own volition. I inspire the people to just open and free their minds. But the minute, and it only seems to be from the so-called Christians with their Jesus, they are the only ones. No, I don't want to talk on the phone with you, sir. I do not want a phone call. You just try to put something on me within that man's name, and I don't want it, bro. I don't accept it. And you're failing to realize when I say no, no means no, bro. You're really trying to force it on me. Why do you want a phone call with me, bro? I don't want a phone call with you to tell you all the information that I have. I'll just tell you what it is and then move on. But now you want to have a phone call with me for what? I'm a supporter of individuals, people, not any group, sir. Dutch. I'm for the people, not groups. Whatever anyone's preference is, whatever they do in their bed behind closed doors, that's none of my business. I don't care about your sexual preference. I am a people person. Your minds up here. The PINUS up here is what needs to be activated. So that way you can have some clarity going on up there, some connection going on up there. Truth bearer, bro, is bro that was eating that fake steak at the restaurant with the agents, basically. Yes. He was on the side of freeing himself. Seems like he jumped back into religion and now he's saying he is born again. I don't care how many times you're born again. I'm going to tell you something. Right now, Truth Bear, you still in here? You could be born again, baptized. We all have to die. That's a promise, 100% guaranteed. The God that they talk about says he is the living God. They got you in love so much with living and being born again and this and that. Bro, listen to me and listen to me very close. One thing we all cannot escape is death. They got you all loving life so much that you got to be born again because you probably done did some bullshit so much. You got to repent. You got to be saved. You got to do this. You got to do that just to love your. Listen to me. Be comfortable within yourself while you still got it because we all got an expiration date. And on that day when we expire, it's not going to be asking you, were you born again? It's all just a test right now. Some of us are passing, some of us are failing. I fail certain tests. I'm willing to admit that. And I thought you were leaving, Truth Bearer. Street Princess says, people are wild. Satan. That's what exactly what Satan wants. Right. He wants you to believe in him while you're alive so you can give away your energy to him while you're alive instead of living how you're supposed to be living. I know it's creepy, Street Princess, to have a phone call about this. After I just told him, you're not going to convince me, brother, and you're not going to force your beliefs because you had to be saved from something on me. What I got to be saved from? You don't know me like that. I already put my shit out there and I know how to save myself. I don't need or want a deity to help me. I'm good where I'm at. Very confident in myself. I feel like I'm pretty handsome. I'm almost 40. I look great for my age. I've been being told all this, all my, you know what I mean? Every time I step out the house, um, I take care of myself, bro. People tell me I have great energy as well. I have a great light. Very impressed with me. This is not to be brag or to boast. very confident. What I do when I was battling corn addiction and stuff like that, I was guided to semen retention. If you go check out my channel and my content and watch the or listen to the audios and the content, um, it was a calling. I was called to get right with my spirit because I felt within I was really battling, corn addiction. I was married at the time. I'm like, nah, something isn't right. I wasn't worried about cheating or anything like that. It was just the corn addiction. I'm like, nah, this has to be something going on. I did not call on no Jesus Christ to save me from that. What I did was get some knowledge, learn myself, what were my triggers, what were my traumas. I went within. It says, go within. Is that what Satan wanted? For me to go on semen retention and help guys to correct themselves if they were battling the same thing that I was? Yeah, I'm almost 40. And thank you, Street Princess. Yes. I didn't call on no Jesus Christ. So I already knew what it was at that time. I've been like this for a little while now, sir. I haven't been stricken down. And truth bearer, I will submit to authority, and you see that's the problem. You have chickened out and you had to submit, my nigga. Your knee bowed. You a bower. Like, why would you want to talk to a stranger on the phone so abruptly for? No disrespect, that's wild. Zon, that's what I'm saying. Stay away from me. And he's saying, I'm going to submit to authority. That sounds like a threat. Sounds like that sounds like a threat. That's what you was going to get on the phone and talk to me about submitting to your Jesus that you had to submit to. When you have control over yourself and your vessel, why would I need to submit to a deity outside of myself, sir? That doesn't make any sense. Tree Morehouse, you don't get it by now. Asking me that same question. Probably out of here. Yes, True Bear. Do you believe in a woman submitting to her husband? Street Princess. Hold on 1 second, Street Princess. The kid says, what do you think about different religions and different gods? I don't believe in religion anymore, but how would you know which one is right? The kid, you might be new here. Welcome. Excuse me, man. I had some curry chicken earlier. I'm sorry. um, the kid, I do not conform to any religion. That is my choice. That is my free will that I've practiced. Without conforming to any religion, it has blessed me to be able to have a open mind, to be able to exercise my right to find or to even search better the vast universe, be spiritual, be a spiritual body, be a spiritual being, living a human experience. What religion does, brother, if you are Hebrew, Christian, you're only tied to this book and this book alone. But being that I don't practice Hebrew or Christianity, Catholicism, anything like that, and things of that nature, I also have this book I can read from and continue to just gain information, put the pieces together, and apply it in my walking life. Use these pieces as roadmaps because when I greet a Christian, I'm going to greet them the same way I greet a Muslim, a Hebrew. I'm not going to judge anybody based on whatever it is, but it seems like the ones that always subscribe to a certain religion be the first to judge you and say that you are the one that needs saving. I am an astute for knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is very important to have in this world, right? And closing yourself off will leave you at a certain level of understanding everything in existence because it's more to just a Christian God. We are just here in this Western hemisphere, but if you travel across the globe and go to China, do you think they are worshiping? And I'm gonna just leave it there. That's it. Um, Street Princess, you asked, do you believe in a woman submitting to her husband? Listen, submission. A person is going to do whatever it is that they are going to do. If a woman decides to submit herself to her husband, obviously her husband has done everything right in her eyes to be with that man and with that man as one. Obviously, if she submits to her husband, there has to be some type of aspect of God in the center to help guide her to stand firm and stand 10 toes down for her husband. It's loyalty. At any moment, that can switch, though. You can say, I'll submit to my husband. It's easier said than done. Submission isn't just a woman submitting to her husband, just anything he says goes. Women, you are still in divine right, your own unique being as well. The men that wrote that, listen to me closely, Street Princess, if you still here. The men that wrote that rhetoric wrote that for a reason. The same reason they wrote it is to control. You can submit to man, but if that man is doing wrong and steering you off a fucking cliff, it would be wise, it would be very wise to take a step back. Women look to their husband, their man, for guidance and leadership. But if that man is leading that ship into an iceberg like the Titanic, are you ready to drown with him or not? And that's going to be your decision. So use your discernment. Stop following this religion that tells you women must submit to their men. And I'm saying this as a man. You are a whole human being as well. Divinely, how you women are. Beautiful. Creators. Same men that wrote this Bible that said that and pushed that to you, they did it for a reason. Control. Did you create the sky, the stars, the oceans, the creatures? Did you breathe life into them? Who are you? Truth bearer. I am that I am. I am the creator of my own reality. Truth bearer. Buddhists are good people too. Church says otherwise. Hero higher. Happy New Year, brother from Tyler. Happy New Year, brother. Stay blessed. Brenda creates. Says, I firmly believe that you should listen to Curtis Mayfield every day. Deep think. Chill. You are Sonic. All right. The kid, I hear you, brother. I don't know if you talk about it more, but once I started practicing SR, I realized I don't need to follow religion anymore. I learned the kingdom is within the kid. My whole content away from this, live stream and stuff like that is all semen retention, brother. If you still in here, let me read that again. The kid says, I don't know if you talk about semen retention about it anymore. Now, I don't hear too much. It goes into what you're exactly talking about, religion, because people cannot believe that you can heal yourself on your own, generating your own life force energy, your own divine creative spark, what God has given you, what the universe has given you to create a whole nother human being, to be able to create on this earth, that you could regenerate your own self and be born again. They tell you need Jesus Christ for that, the kid. They tell you need Jesus Christ to be born again. Let me tell you this about semen retention. It's a nice little secretion. And once when it's geared up the right way, it goes up the spinal cord. 33 vertebrae up your spinal cord to rise up into here and regenerate all this in your mind that's going on up within here. They don't believe that though. They think yeah, yeah. They call that the Christ oil, by the way. Truth bearer. You're one of those people again that wants to argue everything that I'm saying. You have to be an agent. The serpent rising. You want to refute and argue everything. Is it because I won't take a phone call with you? You and your feelings about that? Truth bearer, you sound real bitter now. Everything I'm saying now is refuted and is now a demon. You know what, truth bearer? You're right. It is a demon. Now what? Let's go there. Let's go over to the dark side now. Because you know about a Gnostic, right? You know about Gnostics, right? You know they got no problem dealing with demons. You know why? Because they have battled their demons. They have seen the demons. They have wrestled with the demons. So let's talk about the demons, sir. You think I'm scared or that was supposed to do anything to me? If you truly knew about Gnostics and the Gnostic scriptures for real like that, they go deep into demonology. Are you sure you want to go there or you want to keep it Jesus? I think you might want to keep it Jesus, sir, because it might take you down a place where you might not come back. And Jesus would be, your Jesus Christ would be very upset that you were born again and had to have that discussion. You sure you want to do this? Let's go. I'm waiting for you. Because you said before that you were going to leave and God bless me. And yeah, you say you was going to leave and leave me with this and all that. And you still here. I've been waiting for this. The kid said, "Yo, bro, it's deep stuff, but I recently found out about this stuff a couple years ago. I'm from NYC. You never would learn about this stuff here. The streets is a whole different beast. Yes, man, please. Okay, all right. See, people like to hide their demons. I like to see what's to that. No faking. Exactly. I'm here for it. Live and direct. And I show my face in everything. You see, and there's no shot to you guys. A lot of people are hiding behind the screen acting. You call out the Kundalini energy? Is it spirit of a demon? This is something you possess in your body, whether you like it or not. And because you are afraid to use it, you want to say it's demonology? You want to say it's a demon? Then you working with it and you looking at a live demon then. It's demon time. Let's go to demon time. You think I'm scared? Yeah, he probably left by now. You see, when you call out the demons, what they do, they must do what? When you call out the true demons, what must they do? If you in that word like that, no shame can't be embarrassed standing on 10. Yes, the devil or the demon must flee. All that Jesus Christ rhetoric he was talking and this and that, when you truly about it and you know about it, yeah, that part. I'm gonna still wait for him to respond. Maybe he's trying to get himself together. No, we on demons now, Mr. Monkey Man. We on demon time now. Yep. One thing I've learned is that the mobs towards the light, they can't help it. Yo, Zion, nope. See, he thought he was dealing with someone that's scary. That's listen. When you are truly pick the side. Demons and spirits can be very dangerous. Yes, they can. They are. Where's he at now? All that Jesus stuff he was talking about then when he brought up demons, yeah, let's go. And when you talk about it, demons must flee. So all that Jesus talk he was really talking about was what? What was it about? Because I thought what they would teach you is that Jesus is mightier than any demon, right? So he should have been able to come with scripture and this and that and rebuke me like I rebuked him when he tried to pray over me with his Jesus talk. And I rebuked him. I rebuked that. Tree Morehouse, get an understanding. Understanding is the best part. The best part of a living mathematics, my boy. Yes, there you go. Here we go. I created my reality before I manifested. I did open the third eye and all that. In 2020, I was saved, born again. You said that already, sir. You have said that. You said that you went to a savior outside of yourself to get saved. That doesn't impress me, sir. But you called out Kundalini energy as a demon. The coiled serpent that lays dormant within a lot of people is a real thing. And until you raise it up and get enlightened, not outlightment, enlightened, enlightened. Do you understand? Reading comprehension is very key. When you raise the Kundalini up to 33 vertebrae, and it's ironic that they say Jesus died at 33 after rising himself up and all that other stuff. it is very important that you use it for your God given rights and gifts. That's right where this should be though. A lot of religious people don't read the Bible. Blaze, Blaze. Oh man, I'm having trouble saying your name. Blase Edmond says a lot of religious people don't read the Bible. Pretenders, boasters of religion. Truthbearer, you say you saw the deception of the enemy. Listen, bro. Truthbearer, if that's your story, stick to it, and you got it, bro. But one thing, do not do is please do not tell me in his name and send that my way because I will rebuke it. Thank you. That's it. Have true stories stolen from other books. Why they admit people need someone else to explain their own shortcomings and emotions to them. See, Truthberry, you missed the part. Do you think? Listen, Truthberry, you missed the part in your studies when you were a part of it. If you ever were, I don't know if you're lying, trying to convince whoever you're trying to convince, whatever case may be. You missed the part where you were supposed to go through initiation. If you really did your study in the Gnostic, you would have understood that you were supposed to go through a process of initiation to see if you were really about that life or just a pretender. And most likely you were a pretender and you got spooked and ran back to Jesus. Everybody runs back to Jesus to save them. And he's been supposed to be coming back for a good, since I've been alive, 30 years. I'm almost 40. I'm almost 40, guys. Truth bearer, do you think Satan is stupid or smart? Let me tell you something. You asked the right person. Get this. Satan has deceived the people that he's someone else. He's made the world believe that he doesn't exist and wears a disguise. So you answer if he's stupid or smart. He sounds very smart to me. He's fooled the people. And if you don't know who the true Satan is, I feel sorry for you. And if you don't got it by now, as to why I'm talking the way I'm talking and saying what I'm saying, you are the one that has been deceived. To the contrary. To the contrary. Max Intensity says, "Yeah, I'm getting there. A lot of wisdom, though. That's the thing that comes with age is wisdom, experience, life. Yes, I've lived life, and the same people that swore up and down that, and you guys continue to do. Some of you guys continue to do the same thing. You'll get it one day. Don't worry. You don't feel it's a greater power working through you. Tree Morehouse, besides yourself.
Because in the Bible, it speaks of us having to give offerings. I'm glad you brought up the offerings.
It doesn't that sound like a ritual?
We have to sacrifice something for our sins. But after the death of Christ, we became what? You know, um, the sacrifice of the lamb. Jesus was compared to the lamb. You sacrifice the lamb, the blood sacrifice. Are you got?
And this is the thing. This bro said that he did Gnostic. If you were really in the Gnostic, I don't think you was really in the Gnostic the same way that you're claiming that you're a born again.
The same people that be claiming they born again, have you read your manual to your religion? No. When you really on your side, you will do your homework like you're supposed to know what you're following. A lot of you have not. Because in the Bible, Tree Morehouse says it speaks of us having to give offerings, sacrifices, ritual to a God, to a deity. Yes, that's all across the board. I know about that. That's in all religion. You must do your rituals and your sacrifices, like your communion, the bread that represents the body, and the little grape juice that they give to you to represent the blood. You must eat and drink of that in remembrance of He. It's a ritual.
It's a ritual,
But you guys hide behind Christianity and don't think it's a ritual. Okay. You guys got it. Satan is very clever. And Tree Morehouse, Satan is very clever.
it's the greatest trick he ever played on the world is to make the world that he didn't exist.
Where's the disguise?
Why would I let you know who I am, where I am, if
Be down here, wear a disguise, not even give you my real name. He's not even who we were told he was. Angel of fire. I heard people having sleeping paralysis and they called on and the demon left. I don't know if it's true, but you think they are lying or not. Sleep paralysis. And thanks for the gift, Jack. Sleep paralysis. I'm not no doctor. I'm not no physician or no sleep. Some people battle their sleep because of various things. The brains are still working. You ever fall asleep and still hear everything around you? Your body may be tired, but your brain is still on. Your subconscious mind is still working. So you may still hear things going on around you. Sleep paralysis can be chalked up to a demon if you like to put it on a deity like people like to. Sometimes it could be your own self battling your own self in your sleep. It's within you. You're battling your own demons if you're saying that, right? This is your own subconscious. This is your own mind. These are your own thoughts. You're going to sleep with all these thoughts still going on in your head, not properly winding your body down, ready to go into the dream world. So your body is fighting itself. Your body is doing one thing and your mind is doing another. So you can call on to the deity if you want. I don't know. It's not up for me for interpretation of
if they're lying about it or not. But if your mind shifts to something pure and something good after you call on the name, that is on you once again.
control lust, and you are at least 65% better. Street princess, yes. Control
Your lustful thoughts, your lustful energy, transmute that energy. Some of us guys, we go to sleep on those urges, on that lust urge. My guys who are on semen retention, truth bearer, even Satan disguises himself as an angel of light. Eat of the flesh, drink of my blood, sick. It's a ritual. It's a ritual. They light candles and everything before that. And it's always done on the first Sunday of every month. You guys hear me? But it's okay though, because it's Jesus Christ. It's okay to do that ritual. Drink of his blood and eat of his body. I'm spoken to demons and Satan, and honestly, he isn't as smart as you think he is. Okay. All right. All right. Just be honest. Just being honest. Just being honest says, I'm gonna read that again. I've spoken to demons and Satan, and honestly, he isn't as smart as you think he is. See, to think is one thing. You don't think he is as smart? Okay. All right. Some people are very, very naive. You really don't supposed to drink it and eat it. Tree Morehouse, but they do to give reverence to keep the deity alive. You see, the point of it all is that once again, where two or more are gathered, there is he in the midst. Really think about that scripture. However, you are praying, however, you are doing your rituals, where two or more are gathered, there is. So you have a group of people who subscribe to it and give their thought because thought becomes things. You pray to it, you give reference to it when you give your offering of your own body to the sacrifices of what they're giving to you. You keep the deity alive. I don't know how to say a name. Mortal Veil Player said hi, peace. If any practice of religion or prayer, and once again, this is why I don't subscribe to any religion rituals you must have to take a part of. Once again, when I was bringing it up the other day, I didn't even get into that part. Now we there. If any practice of religion or prayer really had any impact on our lives, we wouldn't have to go through this suffering. Let me read that again. Um, hmm, interesting. Al J. If any, excuse me, if any practice of religion or prayer really had an impact on our lives, no, it does have a big impact, bro. You see, maybe it doesn't impact. You haven't seen the impact of it as much. I kind of don't get what you're saying, AJ. But let me scroll down, and try to catch up with the chat. Are you ready for? Brian says, "Are you ready for the rapture?" If you're talking about, I don't know, something's coming to in this earth. I guess so, bro. I'm not scared to die. I have to die someday. Once when you accept that fact, there's nothing else to really, be scared of. So if it comes, it comes. Takes us out. It takes us out. I said this earlier. People are so in love with this life is what it is, bro. Like I used Zan says I used to have sleep paralysis bad. Yeah, I had sleep paralysis before too. It's you could chalk it up to anything, but it's a lot of things that can be going on. Your patterns of sleep, you understand? Not getting enough rest, and then your body wanting to get rest, or your mind really wanting to shut down, and your body saying no, get up, or it could be a lot of things going on. Once again, I'm not no practitioner or anything of that nature, but I do know this is that if it is linked to what people may say is that a demon, or some people feel like something is holding them down. Listen, even somebody brought up the other day about astral projection. Sometimes it can be your body trying to leave, go into the astral plane, but because you don't have the experience, or you're so in tune with being uh I don't want to keep on going there, but your body can be trying to leave for astral projection, and you may be getting scared, and your body starts, fighting back itself. It's your own mind, it's your own body. So it's very key to tap in and see what's going on. I encourage people to meditate, pray. As bro said, if you call on Jesus, it goes away. You gave it up. If you meditate and go within, see what's going on, maybe you'll find something else. That's all I encourage. I'm not telling anybody to denounce their religion. I didn't tell anybody that, but people are quick to tell me to join them. Do this, do that, especially when it comes to Jesus Christ. No, no, thank you. Stick with your religion if you want to. I'm going to tell you this, though, it boxes you off. That's it. You won't be able to accept anything else unless you're really an open minded person. But the more open minded you are, I'm telling you, the further away you're going to get out of the religion in that box. Boxes off your mind. So you can't be lukewarm. Either you're on that side or you're not. You can't be open minded and say, yeah, I'm open minded, but because once when I tell you, when I brought up Kundalini energy, you see, bro said that's a demon. How are you open minded? You can't be open minded and part of religion, because once when I bring you something that doesn't correlate with what's in that book, you're going to say no, or that's demon talk, or I was told this was that. You're going to refute it and argue me down. Pray, don't pray, no impact on how your life will pan out. Um, Al J says, pray, don't pray, no impact on how your life will pan out. Tree Princess says, I fell, I fall asleep easy, clean, conscious. Yes, that's the thing. When you clear your mind, you clear your conscious and fall into the subconscious mind, it's easier. It's easier to fall that way. Yes, Tree Princess. Oh, if you're experiencing bouts of sleep paralysis, please get checked for sleep apnea. I was going to bring that up too. Justin, your Justin, your way, Ray. Treatment took care of all of sleep paralysis. Yes. Um, LJ, faith is not going to help you while others suffer. Truth Bear is still in here. When you meet him, I don't want to meet him, sir. And you still keep talking that rhetoric. I've already told you I rebuke it. Why you keep on bothering me? You're forcing it. You're really forcing it, bro. And that's why I said even earlier, you're trying to force it on me. I don't want to meet him. No, thank you, sir. I'm okay. I'm okay with not meeting your version of Jesus Christ, bro. I'm very serious too. Like I'm not kidding, bro. You can see my face. I'm so serious. I rebuke that shit. You might not never met nobody like me to ever say this like this. Maybe you have. Some of you, you know what I mean? No, thank you, sir. You keep forcing that on me. I don't want to meet him, sir. Thank you. Pastor Richards, yeah. Tree Morehouse. Mr. Monkey Man, yeah. Because I've said things, and this is the thing: when you shake people's spirit, if he really truly had that discernment and really had what he's saying, the real Christ in his life, he wouldn't be trying to force it. At the end of the day, he would have told me whatever he had to tell me and moved on. Because that's what true people with the blessing and superpower of emotional intelligence, forcing my belief. Listen, I got family members that I've talked to and had to cut off because they think they were better than me. True discernment, true judgment, once you realize you can't get through to a person, you cut them off, you leave them alone. You let the dead lie with the dead. Let me say that again. When you can't convert somebody or get them to think or want them to do what you want them to do, and if you think they're dead, then you let the dead lie with the dead. But to see that he's still on here trying to force it, my parents are dead. They're dead, sir. Once again, death is promised for all of us. I will soon physically be gone. I still commune with my parents, by the way. I still get to see them every now and then. I'm glad you asked that question. Mm, 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 mm. See, when you are in the Gnostic and you know your power and you know how to tap within, don't you know you can reach back to your ancestors? It's all in the mind. Okay. Hey, big Q, Quale. Sleep is the cousin of death. Sleep is the cousin of death. And in that astral plane and where you go, yep, a truth bearer. And like I said, I am on demon time. Do you hear me? So what you're saying isn't going to affect me at all because I'm on that type of timing. Brother, you don't understand. You're the same one that wanted to get my phone number off the internet to have a phone call. So why did you want to talk to me, a demon? I told you what type of timer I'm on. You wanted my phone number, brother. Hey, listen, I have nothing to prove. Listen, I am at peace. You can say I'm Cap, you can say this, you can say familiar spirits, it's you are dealing with a unfamiliar spirit in Jesus Christ. What is that? You think supposed to feel some type of way about that? No, I'm on that type of timing. You don't get it. Oh, is that supposed to hurt my feelings? My parents are familiar spirits, and you call them demons? Oh, I'm so hurt. I'm not going to do it again. You are mad, Truth Bearer, because you turned your back at initiation and you weren't granted access. to your powers. Didn't it say, or doesn't it say in your Bible, that you are put here to do greater works than he did also? And big Q, you know what's crazy? I've been 2 months sober, and my dreams have been more vivid than ever, than ever. And I'm talking about recently, the example I just gave you. I'm talking about just recently. My sleep has been better. Going to the astral plane has been better. Astral projecting has been better. I've been sober and vigilant. You like that? That's another one from your Bible. See, everything that I'm saying, I get power to drive to become rich tomorrow. You're already rich, brother. Or you're worried about material, this material money. See, that's all people think about is money, 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 the money. That's the first thing people come with. We're talking about spirituality that has nothing to do with your material, paper, man made money. Talking about spirituality here, brother. You want to become rich tomorrow? Become rich tomorrow. I'm rich in spirit. You do the spiritual work, you can have the money, brother. You can't take the money with you. You cannot take the money with you. As a fact, I have vivid dreams about 6 days out of the week. Bro, some of my vivid dreams really shake me up sometimes. Wakes me up. Not all the time do I have the most pleasant of dreams. It's not supposed to be that way. We're supposed to fight in our dreams. We're supposed to address certain fears that we have in our dreams because unbeknownst to us or you guys, when you are really tapped in and you are now knowing what you are experiencing, everything is foreign until you are really tapped in and know yourself, your energy, what's going on in your mind. And Street Princess, one of the very big things that you said earlier is clearing your conscious before bed. It's very important. Truth bearer. It ain't no probably. See, Truth bearer, you think I'm playing around. Truth bearer says you probably have a demon. No, this is you don't understand, bro. You want to take it as a negative thing? You didn't really do your study in the Gnostic when you were there, bro. You didn't really do it. You cap. Because if you knew for real, you wouldn't be talking like that. And and if you was in it, you turned your back on it and you got scared. You was scary, dude. LJ says, how many gods are there? Come on, bro. And Big Q, I can't take anything with me, bro. So yeah, the more, bro. So if you want, LJ says, need money, rich in spirit sounds broke. My lights on. I got heat in my house. Broke to you? Seem broke? Because you don't have, or I'm not praising man-made money as the answer to all. Your spirit is what you attract to you. Because I'm not using, or better yet, once again, materials. You want to see materials? That's what's going to validate what I'm talking about. Tree Morehouse. Do you believe in Jah, the Rastafari God? See, that's another God that I haven't even touched on. What about the Jamaicans and the Rastafari religion? Huh? What about them? Is their Jah Jehovah worse than a Christian God? Yeah. I'm rich in character. I'm a freaking unicorn on these streets. Street Princess says. Money comes with a price too, not one with the tag. Nah, nah, you're adopted. Yes. Money is just cotton and wood. You are the currency or gone one. You are the currency, the energy, currency. Become or attract it towards you and you'll have it. But that has to start within first. When you always are on the chase, you know what happens? It tends to run away from you. See, some people get it and some people don't. His rebuttal to me was, "We can't take nothing with us." Duh. You don't use your spiritual gifts for material. You got to learn that along the way. I've had to learn that along the way. Rich in spirit. Um, who says that? Lapita. I don't know how to say it, but it says, "What do you dream about? Any and everything. Any and everything. Past exes, having sex, my parents, being in places I've never been before. I've hovered over my body at one time while sleeping. Anything and everything. The book won't pay those bills. Bills paid though. How about that? How you like that? Wi-Fi is flawless. And one of my last streams, I accused somebody of reporting me and getting me kicked off. And but YouTube, a day and a half later, told me he gave me a notification that there was an issue um, with the live, that it ended so abruptly. So I apologize to anyone that I accused for doing something, but it'd be a lot of weirdos and trolls and stuff like that in the chats, in these lives, and they like to do stuff behind the scenes. But the way it ended so abruptly was kind of weird. Um, just putting that out there. But when he said, when I seen the book won't pay those bills, let there be light. Oh man, I swear I love y'all, yo. Oh, Truth Bear, man, you really are still my D, bro. Um, let no one be found among who practice divination or sorcery, interprets omens, engages in witchcraft, or cast spells. You tried to cast a spell on me, sir. You tried to pray over me in Jesus' name. That's casting a spell. You told me something was wrong with me and you would do whatever, whatever in Jesus' name. That's casting a spell on somebody, sir. So you're a hypocrite. I never said anything against you or your beliefs, and I didn't send no deity to your way to pray over you or pray on you. How about that, sir? That's casting a spell. When you pray for someone, you're casting a spell on them. Let me say that again for you people so I can hear me very clearly. When you pray on someone or pray for someone, you are casting a spell on them. That's why I say I rebuke it. I never did that to you, sir. You did that to me in that deity's name, and I rebuke it. I don't need that. I don't want it. Thank you very much. You are a hypocrite. Being that I have been blessed, divinely guided, and I told you this before, it was put on you to do God's work. You would be on the other side, not typing in my live. You will have your own live stream saying whatever you have to say. You will have your congregated people come. There's a lot of people that love Jesus Christ and all that other stuff and would love for you to pray over them in his name. You wanted my phone number, sir, to talk to me. So that way you can cast your spell on me so that way I can hear it. I'm not stupid. Not an idiot. You can keep your spell work on that side. Thank you very much. Money is a factor. Yes, when you are of this world, it is. But when you're instructed to be in this world, but not of the world, I should say, you move a little bit different. AJ, ALJ. On the back of their money, it says, "In God we trust." What God is that exactly? That do they trust in? The God of money. That's how they operate, sir. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but it tells you, yes. I would rather be rich with Benjamin Franklin. Hey man, it be those rich folks who unalive themselves a lot too. Money isn't the answer to everything, people. Problems just don't go away because they have money. Sometimes they become worse. Becomes worse. It's a lot of pressure that comes with it. Desperation. I get you guys that are, saying what you're saying about money, of course. Yes. It's a resource supposed to be of our use. It's tough though. You make that a priority. It's not, but you need money to maintain. All right, guys, you guys got it. You're right. I hear you, bro. Big Q says, "Are you celibate?" Yes. Nothing wrong with a relationship with personal higher power. Every single person believes something different. That's why these conversations are futile. I said, pray for others. I don't need your prayers, sir, and especially your prayer in that deity's name. Once again, you're trying to force your deity upon me, which is not going to make it better. Like you're saying all these things like it's supposed to be better. You're not making it any better. Better, truth bearer. You been said you was gonna leave, and you never left. And everything you're saying after that is not making it any better, sir. You're just proving my point even more.
I do not subscribe to any religion. I am formless, sir. I am free of based on divine right. The human experience tends to evolve some form of suffering and pain. Yes, you have to suffer for something. Money can make it easier, but it doesn't solve everything. Yes, Gene E. Doe. Yes, if someone wearing a mask, riot gear, was walking aggressively towards you and didn't identify themselves, would you let them detain you? If someone wearing a mask, dressed in riot gear, was walking aggressively towards you, didn't identify themselves, would you let them detain you? No, they would have to identify themselves, sir, or kill me. Big Quail, I do not conform to any religion. So what does that tell you? Why would you ask me that? Big Chevy Peace, man. I am a spiritual being living this human experience. That's it, and that's all you need to know. You put the pieces together that at this point we can find the meaning which we desire. We can set goals and look for them, and we can even accomplish them, but we'll never fill the hole. Solar ZL. Why do you keep speaking? Because someone else keeps speaking on Jesus. That's why, and they won't leave it alone. And then it's people like you who come through and ask the same set question, the age-old question. The stream is 15, and that was the second message. There was the first one. My bad. Maybe I had to go up. And then there's a guy called Truth Bear in here. He's very adamant about Jesus tonight because I've told him that, and he feels some type of way about that. Big Q. Very well done, young man. New subscriber here. I've had fun tonight. Thank you, Street Princess. Thank you for the sub. I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad you found amusement in this. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. That's the point. See, some people have the right spirit. When you have a uneasy spirit, for real, you want to force your ideology and it's not working, feel like you have a duty. What duty is that? I don't know. I don't know what that is. You gotta hustle hard, hustle, hustle real hard. The Q, chasing. Chase game, you'll never catch it. If someone, oh, I already read that. I'm sorry. Gene, the nature of humankind is to look for meaning. Meaning we're never supposed to find. To search for meaning is what drives curiosity, which drives progress, however. We've progressed so far. Okay, I got you, Solar ZL now. Little tax returns. I have no idea who you are, but what do you think about the Jews? They are right with me. You feel me? Oh shoot. We are God's people. Nah, like we supposed to be. We're the children. No thank you, Truth Bearer. I already told you that. You keep offering. No, thank you, sir. I don't want your contact. I don't need, if you are a man, I don't need another man's contact. And I don't follow another man and what he is doing. You aren't doing anything, honestly, and have said anything that I haven't heard before to impress me. And now you are coming for the people in the chat because you got Big Q says, "Are you upset with Jesus?" Yeah, you probably got a couple of people who will probably agree with you. There's not that many people in the chat, it says on my side. But being that I'm the one with the microphone and people are coming to me, it shows a lot. It shows that people are in agreement with me. And it shows that, some people are in disagreement with me. And it's okay. The thing is, I'm not here to be liked. The people that understand or that came here for understanding came here to hear something new. Um, I'm not even gonna bring up that story because it's irrelevant. But I don't need your contact and I don't really care for your contact or and vice versa. I've already told you that. You could have been left when you said you was gonna leave. You said you was gonna leave. If I was on someone else's live stream and I disagreed with what they said or what they believe in, if it's not my cup of tea, I would turn off because it's a turn off. Anything I don't subscribe to, I would turn off. As a real man, like men should do, if something isn't according to your program, you turn it off. You cut it off. You, sir, agent. Agent in disguise. You're an agent in the name of Jesus Christ. And you can always tell those who are uncomfortable with their own beliefs. Jeannie Doe says you can always tell those who are uncomfortable with their own beliefs. Those are the ones who want to force others to. Jeannie Doe, I'm not the only one that can see. Truth bearer, Big Q. Do I look upset? And Big Q, Christian people haven't hurt me, but I've seen Christians hurt people. Christians have a history of hurting people. There's a whole crusade where they have murdered people in the name of Christianity. Big Q. How about that, Big Q? Cito says, "Yo, fam, I need advice. I call." Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that. Zon, a very long history. Yeah. Big Q says, "People hurt people." Yes. It doesn't really have to do anything with Christianity, for real, for real. But I've seen more wickedness. I'm just being honest. I'm really not trying to throw no shots at anybody or anybody's religion or whatever the case may be. Just my experience. I can only talk from my experience. I've seen more wickedness in the Christian church than I've seen anywhere. Any other religion. I've seen wickedness, bro. My experience. They're saying hurt people, hurt people. That's just humans being humans, a real man of God. And oh, come on, bro. Um,
That's not humans being humans. That's bots being bots. A real man knows when to walk away from something that is not for him. And the fact that bro hasn't walked away shows that he's not divinely or has any integrity. I've along the way hurt the feelings of some. A real man isn't in his feelings and said that he was going to leave. If he was a man of his word, he would have been left, bro. Tree Morehouse. See, you guys are sticking up for someone. You guys are sticking up for someone, and he's not a man of his word. He said he was going to leave. He said, "I'm gonna leave you with this, and I'm going to do this." And I said, "No, I rebuke whatever you're saying because I don't subscribe to that. You could go ahead. I'm talking about you talking about Christians killing." Oh, okay. Well, that too. I just want to get that across because you're saying a real man or whatever. But Tree Morehouse. Yeah, my bad, Tree Morehouse. I just seen the first one as I was catching up to the chat. But that humans being humans though, a real man of God and Christ walk with divinity. Okay, I got you, brother. They still smoked in the name, smoked those people in the name of that religion, bro. To force the people to believe, just like bro was trying to do, truth bearer, trying to force it so hard. If he had the opportunity to put a gun to my head and say denounce whatever you're denouncing, he would, bro. That's the type of person he is. He's trying to force it so hard, trying to get my number, bro, to talk to me. Big Q, that's a reach. That's a reach, bro. Come on. What does that have to do with anything? Big Q? Would you rather have infinite games but no bacon or infinite games but no games? Solar Zizo, retype that again. Do better. Do better when you're trying to be funny. Um Big Q says, can we all just get along? Big Q, that's a nice try, brother. In the name of Christianity, their God, they forced, and if you didn't comply, they killed you in the name of Christianity. A whole crusade, war was started because of it. You want to control the narrative, Big Q? You can try, but I said what I said, and it is what it is. We're talking about a religious sector and how it originated on how they had to get their point across, not with intellect and intelligence. They had to shed blood to put fear in the people. Sounds familiar? Does it sound familiar? They had to shed blood to put fear in the people to believe. They couldn't believe on their own. They had to make people an example. So to keep your life, it was better to say, yes, yes, I do believe. Truth bearer.
You see, Truth Bear is still in here and just admitted and said that he would leave. Now, being that now I questioned his manhood of not being a man of his word, of doing what he would say he was going to do and just go on with his peace and his Jesus Christ, he is still in here about 2 hours later, bro. You know what happens when you strike the shepherd? When you strike someone's shepherd, the sheep, the sheep, man, that hurts, bro. Really hurts. Um, and I get along with everybody too. Zoe Garrett, you can sub. I love when the females come and they sub, man. Gives them perspective, something new. Open-minded females to hear what the guys got going on. Oh, hey, Groove Baby Davy. Because disagreement in beliefs means you're saying they're wrong and their insecurities won't allow that. The sheep scatter. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Zon. Yep. Sheep be like, oh, snap. Either they leave, they scatter, they be all over the place, or they're just in confusion. Like, where do we go now? Um, yeah, I skipped a couple. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and see. Oh no, Truth Bearer, I skipped that because you said that you was gonna then left. Why didn't you leave yet? At this point, I don't care what you're talking about anymore. So now I'm about to show you what real men do, and I'm skipping you for a reason. Cause you ain't really talking about nothing but the same shit. And it doesn't mean anything to me. So I'm about to show you how much I care about you and what you are on. That's what you do to hoes. You start to ignore them after a while, and you are a whore for Jesus. Leave. That's what hoes do. They say they gonna leave, but then they stay. They want to stay. Leave. I gotta treat you how you wanted to cast whatever you wanted to cast on me, and then try to dip out. And then when I hit you hard with certain facts, you didn't want to walk out the door. You packed up your stuff, right? Take your stuff and leave. Leave. I'm on to the other people. Um, yeah, Gene, right? Yeah, Asian. They're scared. So the black on black is more prevalent because only, yeah, I don't know. Um, leave completely, and I can peace and that. There's no need to convince anyone else. Yeah, Gene E. Doe. If I believe what I believe completely, then I can have peace in that. There's no need to convince anyone else. Packing tools. Cookie Monster. No, no, I am not. Truth bearer. I was open before, but then you tried to put a spell on me, sir, or ma'am, or bot, agent. And I told you I've been rebuked you.
So I'm done with you. So if you aren't talking about anything else, or are you not going to? Yeah, Truth Bear is a fan. I get it. Shandy says, should not leave my snacks. Um, yeah, Truth Bear, you was acting like you was saying something so profound and it was going to change my mind. And hours later, I'm still on that type of timing. You called me and you subliminally called my parents demons. Truth Bearer, you don't understand. I don't care what you're talking about at this point. That paragraph which you just typed, look at me. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. I'm not reading what you're typing anymore. I'm going to skip right over it, sir. Either leave or I'm going to get you out. You said you were going to leave. I'm done with you. I'm trying to move on. There's other people in the chat. I can talk to them. If they want to come with the same rhetoric or whatever the case may be, we can talk about that. But you, sir, said you were done. You are going to you was going to pray over me. I don't want your prayers. I don't want you to pray over me in that deity's name. I'm good off of that. You said I was demonic and the things I was doing was demonic. So you got to get out of here, bro. Leave. Just leave. You and Truth Bearer could be really close friends one day. No. And it sounds like Big Q, you are in cahoots with him. You might have to leave soon too. Why do doctors? Hold on. 33rd Astral. No, I'm good on the push-ups, bro. Um, why do doctors say whacking it is healthy? Groovy baby Davy. I'm not mad at all. I'm just when I'm ready to move on as a man, like you guys don't understand when men are talking and men are trying to talk. When we say move on, and that man said that he was going to leave, stand on it. He said what he had to say. I said what I had to say. And he's still here 2 hours later. So there's not a point of being mad. He believed in his Christ so much that he thought he was going to drop something that was going to change my mind, and it didn't. I said something back to rattle his spirit, and now he's still here, but I thought he was going to leave. So stand on your word and leave. If you're so convinced in what you on and what you do, and you say you were going to leave, then get up out of here. But he's still going on, and I can't get to my other people. I understand he a fan, but I got the other people to get onto. 2 day ant. Doctors saying that whacking is good to relieve either, your prostate or increase your prostate health and stuff like that. Um, I don't know what their agenda is about that. I really don't. I can't answer, you know what I mean, for them or, give out any conspiracy out of why they're saying that. They want you docile. It's the only thing I can say. There's no it's not a bad thing to conserve your life force energy. It's actually more healthier to do that for your physical body. And then, there's a time and place for everything. Over consumption and overdoing it is where, you'll probably fall and where most men fall into a problem with that because they are a slave to pleasure. A lot of men are slaves to pleasure. So, yeah, sacrifice. Ah, man. And Groovy Baby Davy. If it seems pointless, you can leave too. I don't know why you still here. Because I saw your video, Senior Attention 2 day in. I appreciate you for checking out the content.
Who you got winning Super Bowl? I'm an Eagles fan, so I got Eagles winning, man. Their word doesn't mean shit. At the end of the day, it tells you their character. Facts. And I could tell, and you could, oh man, Truth Bear. And Truth Bear says, I'm a woman of God. Oh, now it makes sense. You're a woman. You're a woman. That's why. All right, now it makes more sense why you so emotional and like that. All right, that makes sense. Now it all makes sense. Groovy baby Davy. All right. Um, you want me to be mad at you? See, the thing is, I already talked about this earlier, and this is what one thing does for you on some retention. You know how to control your emotions and your emotional intelligence. You cannot gaslight me, Groovy baby Davy. I'm not mad at you. I don't get mad at anyone. Getting mad at people, you know what that does? It shows that they are your God. They are able to control your emotions. So for those who are angry with me and still here after they said that they were going to leave and was stricken by what I said, when people are able to get you mad, this is a gem right here. When people are able to get you mad, aka control your emotions, they are your God because they are able to control you. Thanks for the love. So gaslighting me and saying, "Oh, bro, man, no, I'm not. I don't allow anyone to get me mad like that, upset, especially people on the internet. Y'all confuse argument, back and forths and stuff like that with emotion. I don't let anything, especially on the internet, get me too worked up to the point where I get mad or angry. I can easily hit two buttons and all of it comes to an end, but I allow it because I'm in control. That's the whole point. It helps me practice with engaging with the public. The more and more that I come on these lives and people think they can gaslight me or get me angry, say something to trigger me, it helps me more and more with even the work that I'm doing. Now I get to practice it with the people. So I thank you guys actually. But then it reflects back on you guys because I get to certain people. I get to certain people so much that after I get off alive, I wake up the next day or wake up hours later sometimes and I have comments, paragraphs at times, people rambling or people checking out my shorts and yeah, even after the fact, they go on my content, go on my page and so it shows who really gets angry and mad. Yo, did you used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Elder's Vault? Nah, not Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon. I used to play Pokemon when I was a youngin'. Hope you're having all a blessed week. I wanted to let you know that, oh boy, Jesus died, Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins. He will save you. Please follow the follow before it's too late. Jesus loves you. From Son B. I'm having a great week. It's been a great week for me, Son B. I appreciate your words. I thank you. You just got in here. But I'm okay with being accountable for my sins. I don't need if Jesus did that,
Um, it's okay. He could have did that for somebody else. I'm okay with being accountable for my mistakes and my sins. Ain't no woman ever putting that name as true bear. 33rd actual. His name is Yeshua. That letter J didn't exist until after the 1600s. AD, by the way. Um, 2 day ant, so emotional. Groovy baby, yeah, hell no, I just shit, pointless. And yeah, groovy baby, if it was pointless, you made a comment so to make yourself known. If it was that pointless, you would have scrolled away and found another lie that had a point to it. There's plenty of other people and channels on here that you could have found a topic that was appeasing to you, but you found something striking about this, didn't you? You just want attention, homie. And you got it. You here. You here now. You part of the topic. Big Q says, let's talk about beautiful women. Let's. People on YouTube acting a fool, craft cheese. It seems like you ain't Groovy Baby Davy. We could talk about whatever you want to talk about. The thing is that I don't have to, you know how beautiful and unique I am, man? I don't have to have a topic and I could come on here and still grab your attention. How real is that? You could have scrolled away and found something to talk about on another person's live. But you think I need your attention. I really don't. You could scroll away, buddy. But you saw something. Saw something about me, didn't you? Just like everyone else does. Mm, and you couldn't leave. It means you got to them. Yeah, what products do you use on your beard? Oils I use is coconut oil, castor oil, and Mexican store in peace. And one thing I didn't say before too, someone asked me about that before, aloe to get underneath in the skin because they say that beard on a man's face holds a lot of bacteria. So of course, I wash my face. So I don't understand, who's not washing their face out there that's causing all this bacteria. But aloe, I like to get the actual aloe plant and work that underneath the beard so that way, it helps the skin and stuff like that. Sometimes I struggle with hair bumps, ingrown hairs and stuff like that. But coconut oil, castor oil, and I have a Scotch Porter's leave-in conditioner. So I put conditioner in the beard too every now and then. But castor oil, coconut oil, and aloe. Aloe is very important. I use that on my skin too. But aloe for the beard is very important, guys. Yeah, the Azon, man. They always working, man. And we got probably another late night on here. I'll stay on for a minute. Big Q says, Mariah, the scientist, is bad. Define what's bad to you, Big Q. Just looks, just the appearance, because that girl can be as dumb as a doorknob. And for me, honestly, once when a woman starts to speak, I don't care how she looks, how good a shape she's in. If she don't got nothing going on up here, and I'm able to detect that within the first 10, 15 minutes of a conversation, I'm instantly turned off. Like it's instant. And some women can play it, off for a little while, but I'll catch on to it quick because once when I try to go a route of having an intellectual conversation and I see she can't keep up, it's a turn off, bro. We can only get but so far. uh, Groovy baby, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, man, you just rambling. How about this, Groovy baby? You don't got to hear me ramble no more. Big Q says, "Do you get boo balls?" Hey, no. On retention, When you are able to control yourself, your thoughts, your emotions, because that lust emotion, that urge, when the urges come and you allow yourself not to get over that process of, I don't mean to be too graphic, but you ask, when you have an erection, right, and you get an urge, you get that erection, whatever, if you're not able to control that for real and calm yourself down, that's why they say cold showers. That's the go-to for guys on semen retention. Cold showers to calm yourself down. But a lot of it has to do with up here, your mind, your body connection. Not able to get yourself down like that, then you could fall into a trap of getting blue balls. But I've had the blessing of being able to control my mind and thoughts to calm myself down when those urges came. So I'm not sitting there with a rock hard erection for that long where I get into where I get blue balls or anything like that. So no. And I'm grateful for real, because stop focusing on negativity. The chat wants to know if you already answered that. I wonder why. Today End says, I wonder why blacks and whites can grow beards, but Asians have a hard time. Genetics. That's what I be trying to tell people too. Your genetics and how your hair grows. You know how people have hereditary, hair with, the bald spot and stuff like that. It's the same thing with your beard. And that's kind of, you just today End, man. You onto something, bro. Can't think of no Asian with no beard, bro. That's crazy, bro. How do you say that? Mustache, maybe? Nah. That's trippy, bro. You just trip me out. Mexican. Storm says one with two buttons, and it all sounds rise and inspire. Where you look like Tyler Robinson. Mexican storm says like Lucas. I just did it too. That's crazy. I'm catching up to the chat, guys. Hold on, let me catch up a little bit. Meadow says hi, peace. Um, her taxes now T-Mobile. Zan says on SR journey right now. We staying disciplined. Yeah, man, it's a great journey. It teaches guys for real discipline, bro. Discipline for a man is a great thing to have. I always like to say, I said this last live, I continue to say it. Man without discipline is not a man at all. You must practice some form of discipline in your life to really challenge yourself as a man. If not, it's going to be challenges in your life. And when it's thrown your way, you're not going to be able to handle it because you haven't practiced any form of discipline. And the real cat says, yo, say that one more time. I don't know what you want me to say one more time. And angelic is what it is. You hear though. I'm catching up to the chat, guys. Jahira Santiago, you still in here? Peace. And you said hi a bunch of times. Okay. Yeah, to that end, some people just be saying whatever sometimes. You know what I mean? And 33 Astral, yeah, I don't know. Some, you know what I mean? Some dudes just be they just be on some other type of timing. But Isaac, peace. My day has been great. My night has been going great. It's now the AM is the morning. I'm blessed, man. Christopher Butler is me, man. And he says, if I ever get that urge, I run from it instead of fight it. Like I'll work out or watch a movie, whatever. 2 day ant. Um,
And yes, Isaac Betchel, man, I appreciate you for asking. How you, brother? Um, and to that end, um, that's technically not running from it, bro. Oh wait, urge. I run from it instead of fight. Yeah, to that end, that's not technically running from it. That's fighting it in a sense. That's technically fighting it. You ultimately fight back by transmuting that energy. So, however you take that energy and then move it to another state, whether you work out or shift your mindset from whatever triggers you, you know what I mean, to have that urge. Um, yeah, that's one of the best things to do. Work out. I like to encourage guys to go outside, go take a walk, change your scenery, get out the house, shift your mindset, like you're saying, go watch a movie or whatever the case may be. But then also you gotta be careful with that. You know what I mean? Watching a movie, you might catch another trigger in there, depending on what type of movie you're watching. Zahn says, how do you feel about reincarnation? And to they end. Oh, true. Yeah, yeah. That's fighting back the urge, man. Emmanuel Hampton, I don't know what's good with Robert, bro. um, Reincarnation, Zahn, man. Nana Ripley, peace, sis. Uh, Being reincarnated, bro. I feel that people who reincarnate, they fail the test. If there is reincarnation, you gotta come back here and do this shit again. You failed. Today end says, "Are you from California?" Nah, I'm from the opposite side of California. I'm originally from Jersey. Happy New Year's, Nana. But yeah, reincarnation, man. Coming back to live again, do this. I have to figure it out all over again. I don't know, brother. I don't know. Some people feel like they reincarnate into a. Some people believe in that and say they reincarnate to, a different time to live through because it's needed. Their soul is needed in that time, stuff like that. But yeah, come back and have to do this again, or if we have chosen to come back for a said time and figure it out and go through it. Maybe we come to find that we actually do like coming back and having to do this over again because we know what's on the other side. We know that we have a duty to do. That's a great question, though, bro. I believe the same. If you come back, you have something to still work on yourself, like Earth School to the end. Yeah. Either you failed the test somewhere along the line, you gotta come back, or you failed too many times. I was watching the about reincarnation earlier, but it was a kid remembering past life. Couldn't tell if it was real or not. Yeah. Yeah, I had a female, same female, rambling on, but she asked me about one of the live chats about somebody asking about past lives. And Rayo son, Rayo son, get out of here. Um, and she was asking me to go back and ask the person what they meant. I'm like, I really can't go back, but I could, give you what I think they were referring to. And
Some people's souls transfer, spiritual beings having a human experience. Maybe some of us have chosen to come back to have another human experience. Maybe we have been granted that to try to figure it out again, or to teach some people a lesson. We've chosen to come back because we hold and possess certain things that we hold, and when activated, we are here to show and teach people a lesson. Some of us have been chosen. Chosen for what exactly? And that's the point. We got to find out. We're on that journey to find out. The other side is eternal, this side is finite. So I can see wanting a redo. Yeah, Jane E. Doe, yeah. Um, Channeling pancreas. Says hi, peace. God knows I'd change some things if I could. Janie Doe. Um, yeah. I mean, we all go through that where, certain experiences we wish we could change. Um, but then that causes you to ruminate and kind of, live with some regret. Um, yeah, cut it out. Usually clean over here. Um, One thing I do have that lingers in my home is ladybugs. If you know, you know about ladybugs. Um, would you change some things? I've come to a point where the mistakes I've made, anything that has happened through my life, has made me stronger. Anything that I have been through, felt like I have made a mistake, whatever the case may be, I've had to take those experiences and learn from them. And I've come to appreciate those experiences. I've come to take those experiences and it makes me who I am today. Now going forward, I can't make the same, mistakes. But yeah, it's cool, man. I wouldn't if I could go back and relive the life that I'm living now, knowing the things that I know, it's easy to say, yeah, I would change some things, but to be honest, it wouldn't be no learning then to how to navigate and move a certain way. So yeah, I wouldn't be sitting here being able to share wisdom, certain wisdom with you guys. Certain things led me to the path that I'm on to break free of putting a box on myself of religion, things like that. So yeah, you feel like the chapters in our life for an era is kind of like reincarnation in itself. Also, if you're trying to change yourself as far as being a different person, yes, I agree with that. Yeah, I feel you, Zon, on that. Different chapters of life. Like I said, I'm about to be 40, bro. Next year, 2027, I'll be 40. And a lot of people tell me I don't look 40. I don't look. I still feel like I'm in my 20s. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like it's no BS. Especially like getting back into my gym routine and stuff like that. I feel amazing, bro. And ladies. But I've seen other people approaching 40, um, or being around other people, hitting that age mark, and it's rough, you know. And I know appearance, looks, the physical isn't everything, but my energy approaching this age and being able to move around feels amazing. It feels great. What also keeps me young is having a 9-year-old son also. So that's another thing that keeps me my energy, keeps me on my toes and stuff like that. All right, yeah. Thank you, Kaleidoscope, Kaleidoscope of Love. Thank you. Oh boy. Frankie says, I saw Jesus. Yeah, where you see Jesus at? Let me know. Tell him I'm looking for him. Once, just once. Yeah, and 40 years still young. Live another 40 years. That's the goal. Yeah, still young. I feel great approaching that age. And I've also had people on the other side that wasn't able to make 40. I mean, friends, certain colleagues, I would say, wasn't fortunate to make 40. Johnny Doe, you think so? That the game changes? I mean, I hear that, but I've done things and continue to do things to keep myself energetically intact. I try my best not to eat BS, and I don't. Um, um, I'm originally from Jersey. Right now, I'm in Pennsylvania, watching from New Mexico. Shout out to New Mexico. And then also not falling into the usual 40-year-old bracket of doing the same. I guess what 40-year-olds do. I don't know. I still keep my routine. I am who I am. I'm gonna still do what I gotta do. Um, Practice my celibacy. You know what I mean? Be on semen retention. Hold on to my life force. Uh, Continue to inspire the people. Be active. Gym. Keep my sanity. Keep the stress off of me. That's another thing. Stress, bro. Eliminating stress. Stress can add on. Somebody said before, stress that the amount of stress that you put on yourself and the stress that you go through can age you. That's why I be trying to tell guys, listen, man, semen retention and emotional intelligence, being in control of your emotions, not letting people get you angry, upset, stress you out, and all that other stuff, does something to your body, your nervous system. Very important. So having that, and it's not just you jump on semen retention, you get all these things, but actually being in tune with your body, being in tune with your body. That's it. You're able to balance your emotions, have your emotions in check, not letting things stress you out all the way. And I have days that I stress. It's not like you go through a perfect life without stress, right? But able to manage it, able to transmute that energy is the key. And that's how you keep your sanity, you keep your mental, you keep that youthful side with you. You don't let things bother you too much and stress you out. Um, and then you walk around with the wrinkles on your face because you got your scrunched up face. You always like this. Nah, you gotta lighten up. People say they love my smile. I'll smile most of the time when I'm by myself too. But eat right, exercise, pray, meditate. You'll live another 40. Yes, wrong ain't right. I appreciate that. Those are the keys. Yes, when I was 26, around 40, I didn't see him once. So, well, I don't know. That doesn't make sense. And Party Monster '05 boyfriend. Wow. Um, Gene E. Doe says he's talking to you, Brinky. You trying to convince us or yourself, Brink? You want a wife. Um, Yeah, having a wife for the right reason, yes. Yeah, and Brank, you say you saw Jesus, and you were saying that Jesus is the truth, guys. And there's been people that have always come on my lives and they say that, and I've been through it already of addressing that. I think long enough, and I am about to get off soon, guys. People more and more put that in, and sometimes that's my take on it. Are you trying to convince us or yourself? Because I'm personally one that I'm good off of that. Um, I want to devote time this year to meditation. Is something I want to learn. Genie Doe, it's within you. One of the things and the best things to do is go to a quiet place, um, pick out a spot, or the best thing to do is to do it while you're in bed, laying in bed before you go to sleep. Make a conscious effort to just close your eyes right before you go to sleep, like not as you are tired, but laying there. You know what I mean? Getting control of your mind because that's the best time to do it. You get to close your eyes. Um, just address your thoughts as they come along, whether they're negative or positive. Address them and then, yeah, be in tune with your body. Listen to your body. But it's the best to do it in a quiet time right before bed. And people think you need to sit down in Indian style all the time and I don't know, all these special things need to be going on. No, stuff you could do it right from while you're sitting in a chair. It's about your mind. All is mind. Yeah, damn, I just peeped that. It's not one. Yeah, Zon, I don't know if this dude is serious or not like that. That's crazy. That's crazy that he put his whole address up there, bro. Oh man. It's okay, he'll reveal himself to you if you let him. Yo, this is who's that? Who's that in here? American. That's what's the name? Branky. Branky is who was in here before, bro? Because I started ignoring the person after a while. I told him, you know what I mean? They said he was gonna leave. Yeah, they tactical son. Real tactical. That's the same person, bro. The ability to mentally clear the mind is ability with everything can be so chaotic and loud in the world. Yes, it's tough. It is tough. And this is what I was gonna say at first, Gene, was try to listen to some guided meditative music as well. But to start out, to really clear mind clutter or whatever the case may be, um, I like doing it when it's quiet and then you can use the meditative music. But if you are in a place where, like I'm in, sometimes the train goes by, I'm close to the street, so cars might be going by to really tap in. But put on some headphones or earplugs to block out. Or if you want to use the meditative music, put some headphones in. Or if you got a speaker, put the meditative music on the speaker and let it play to block out any outside noise from outside so you're not going too far focusing on outside noise. So if you got the guided meditative music, either headphones or speaker or on TV, I recommend that as well. Um, Sushi Blanco says nice features. Thank you. Okay, right. You want peace, happiness, joy, kindness, long suffering, all the fruits of God. Yes. I tried meditating the other day and got nervous. I don't know why. Yeah, it's our minds, bro. It's a lot of clutter. And I'm not gonna lie to you. One of the first things, yeah, try that, Gene Doe. Like I live next to train tracks, a railroad crossing. And it's not like an active train that comes through like every hour, hour and a half, or something like that. It's just like every now and then. And it doesn't really bother me that much, and it's not like I'm going into meditation. It just so happens the train goes by, but I do notice, when it goes by, it's real loud. When it is quiet in the house, um, but it's very key though. And like I said, I live next to the street, so there is an active street where cars roll by, and it can be distracting at times. So the headphones though will help. Putting on headphones, meditative music, or if you don't want the music, you just want to block out the noise. Just get dollar store earplugs or you know noise canceling, whatever. But that will help. And hold on for a second. Yeah, people are crazy. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, Zion said you got nervous. A lot of things when we go into meditation is the mind clutter, the overthinking that goes into it because some of us we have a lot to address. I struggled with that when I first started meditating, like the mind clutter, brain fog and stuff like that, even with being on semen retention. Still dealing with certain brain fog because of overthinking too many thoughts, trying to address so many thoughts, but eliminating those things, going through the process, addressing one thought at a time and releasing those thoughts. Worry or not. I shouldn't say worry because that's the thing. That's one of the things you got to release: worrying, fear, and just letting things go, being carefree. And kaleidoscope of love. Yes, the train sounds are peaceful to me. It's peaceful to me too when it rolls by. Think that silence was just too loud that night. Yeah, man, that's deep. That's deep, Zion. Yeah, that silence when you in your own head and your own mind, that silence. Yeah. Would you personally recommend for a good quality new pair of shoes if I were to buy new? That's an interesting question, Bone. What would you recommend personally? What would you personally recommend for a good quality new pair of shoes if I were to buy new? Um, and thank you for that donation too, Woki. Here's a quick, I don't know, all love and respect. Thank you, Woki. I appreciate the love, and that donation. A good pair of shoes. It all depends on what you're doing with those shoes, Boney. I don't know if it's for the gym, like you want a good running shoe, or just a casual shoe. If it's for the gym and a good running shoe, um, I prefer Nike running shoes. And I was just about to get some new shoes as well for the gym. But I wasn't gonna get Nikes. I was thinking about getting maybe some New Balance kicks, some running shoes. But I'm a Nike guy. I like Nikes and Jordans and stuff like that. But for the gym and like for running shoes, real comfortable shoes, I like the Nike running shoes. They have like a certain. I tore my Achilles about 2 years ago, so now I'm very conscious of certain shoes that I wear to protect my ankles and the back of my heel. So I already have running shoes that like have a certain cushion, and they're actually made by Jordan, but it's a Jordan running shoe. So most of the running shoes have extra support around for the ankle, um, the back heel, your heels. And this actual shoe that I have for years actually wraps around your Achilles. There's a cushion that wraps around Achilles. So I wear that frequently to the gym. Um, so anything that protects, your feet real good with cushion, I recommend that. And I was looking into New Balance. Is it important to address?
Your worries. Yes. You address your worries and then you let it go. That's it. You can't worry all the time. Worry brings the stress. So you address your worries at that time, get it out the way right away because you don't want it overbearing on you and overworking your brain. And then you release. That's how I deal with my stress. Whenever I feel stress come along, I deal with my stress as best as I can right away if I can't. Because say it's not good. Sometimes certain things they say, sleep on it, wake up next day and address it. But some things you can't go to sleep on because then you won't be able to sleep. You can't go to sleep with a full mind and you've been stressing or you got stress on you. So worrying and stress are two and the same to me. I always like to address those and attack things head on and then let it go. Control what I can control. Let the universe take care of the rest. Yeah, it's like a million things coming at me at once. Yeah. Yeah, I know that feeling. But once when you're able to get through it, it becomes easier. That's always the struggle at first with meditation, get into meditation. Yep, turn off the light, relax your body, clear your mind, wrong game, right. Um, Bronchi, oh boy. Yeah, Bronchi, you one of those, bro. Important information. S Bay. S Bay, yes, very important. It's great to clear up your mind of the stress and worrying. A lot of us, we worry about things, how they're supposed to happen, how they're supposed to play out, when this is supposed to come, how this is supposed to go. That creates anxiety. And I've been there, over anxious. Thank you for the shoe recommendation, my bro. I love it. Yep, no problem, man. Hello to the moon. Peace. Peace and serenity is golden. Kaleidoscope of love. Yes. What do you talk about? We've been talking about a little bit meditation, dealing with, you can say, overthinking, worrying, and fear, and the struggle of getting into meditation. Um, that's always, especially for beginners, um, getting into that meditative state with just clarity, working through all the thoughts, everything coming at you at once. You gotta basically put everything, organize your mind is the best way I could say it. Start to organize your mind and file. Put everything in files. When everything starts to come at you at once, you just gotta breathe. That's why they say in meditation, continue to breathe, focus on your breath, stay calm. And hello to the moon, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. The breathing is very key. That was something I wasn't doing. That was something, once again, if you're beginning and beginning out, that was something also that I wasn't doing. I wasn't paying attention to my breath. I would breathe, of course you're breathing, but paying attention to my breath. And the more that you start to practice focusing on your breath, you start to realize those thoughts correlate with that breath. And then as you, whatever's coming to you and you address, for me, what I experienced was the negative thoughts and stuff like that. The more you start to address that first, breathe through it and breathe it out. You start to let go more and more. So breathing, the breathing techniques, is great to practice too. Once you get all through the noise and blocking out certain stuff, now focusing on your breath is the next. World blocks. Chill out, bro. Hello, I did a workshop via the art of the living, and it helped me learn to meditate. Breath is huge with meditation. Yes, yep. That was one of the parts I was missing. When I started out meditation was focusing on the breath and breathing. Please don't accuse me of that, sir. And for that, I gotta get you out of here, man. I don't play those games. I don't play those games, brother.
You should check out The Art of Living. Yeah, you would think like telling yourself to breathe, um, it sounds kind of like it sounds weird, right? Um, but if you notice when you're in a state of even when you're angry, right? You get angry, your breath starts to pick up that breathe. You gotta calm, like when you're in that meditative state and you start to get a wave of everything coming at you, those thoughts and those feelings, those emotions. Those are real emotions, and wherever it takes you to, breathing through it, but taking that calmness, especially taking your time to breathe. We don't take that time to breathe. Like we just sitting there, eyes closed. We're breathing regular, but taking those deep breaths, holding it in, and holding certain breaths in for 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and then breathing out for those same amount of seconds. I've learned that through um not any books or anything, but just learning about different ways to meditate and getting tips on meditation. And then not until I really had to really dive into meditation and really practice those things, it helps. That really helps you get through those moments of addressing all those wild thoughts, things coming at you, and you can't get to the state that you want to get to in meditation. And once you break through, man, it's a great feeling. Like you said, peace and serenity. One time I meditated and it was only supposed to be for 10, 15 minutes and got into meditation, and the next time I looked up it was 45 minutes, and I didn't expect that. I did not expect to be in meditation for a whole 40 minutes. And that was the longest meditation I ever did, and it felt good as hell. I felt like I just came out of sleep, like my energy was renewed. Um, just the overall feeling of the body. And then also my chest, like my chest felt open. It opens up everything with the breath and stuff like that. It's amazing when you really start to do breath work as well. Is that a book? Hello. It's an international organization from India that teaches meditation and how to find happiness. Hello, I'm gonna look into that. The art of living. No, I'm gonna put that down in my. And I tried to meditate at the park one time over the summer. And once again, at that time, like I wasn't paying attention to my breath like that. Um, but it was peaceful, able to hear. Because I at the time I was living next to a certain lake. I was next to a lake and stuff like that. So to hear the waters, the birds, different, everything going on, it was peaceful. It was more peaceful. But what I was looking for was something more of a, we're always trying to look for that spiritual, uh, that more spiritual feeling. But it brought me a sense of peace. Um, a little bit of same calmness and stuff like that. But I felt like if I would have really paid attention to my breath, and I was also paranoid that someone was watching me. That was another thing too. So I couldn't really get into the meditation too crazy like that. But because when you're out in public, you don't really want nobody walking up on you trying to have an intimate moment with yourself and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, at the park too, in nature, I really try to tune in like that. I plan to do that when the weather gets better because now I'm at the point where I don't really care. But I don't want nobody walking up on me though. I really don't like that. So I got a couple spots that I'm in PI, I'm in the mountains, so there's spots secluded where I could get that off. But at that time, yeah, it's just that paranoia. Somebody's watching me or somebody, what I mean, somebody's around or might walk up on me. And it wasn't like I was at a public park, but it was liable where people do walk their dogs and stuff like that and can see me. I don't want no dog barking around me or you know what I mean? It's gonna throw me off. So, but outside of nature, I do like to go grounding. Take my shoes off, put my feet in the ground and stuff like that. I don't care about that, but actual meditation, I don't want people watching me like that. Painting is good for meditation, poetry. Yes, they gave online workshops and places you can go in NY. I did one in NYC. It was 3 day meditation workshop, changed my life. That's what's up. Hello Moon. Yeah, but oh, I'm sorry. Animal Bancho says, friend, you are American. Yes, I'm in America. Greetings from Japan. I've said this before, the land of the rising sun. Shouts out to Japan. But yes, painting is good. Meditation, poetry. I have this book, 3,000 Years of Black Poetry. I know it's backwards to you guys as I show it, but I've read only a couple few pages of this book. But I love poetry. Language arts slash English was my favorite subject in school. I love writing, speaking, poetry, lectures, and stuff like that. It's just funny how things come full circle. And then I also love poetry. I used to write poetry and certain other things I used to do, do to get females on my side. Um, but yeah, you lose track of time when you really in it. Yes, light of the world. Oh boy, here you come. Top five gangsters caught lacking in a hood. Useless girl. It says a lot. It says if we're not watching it, like a thief in the night. Oh boy, not too much time left. I've been hearing that for 30 years, light of the world. Trust me. 30 years I've been hearing that. There's only been niggas that came to rob people in the midst of the night. I remember being younger, trying to meditate, and my brother walked in on me and tried to clown me. I was, damn, son. Yeah, that'll turn you off. That'll definitely turn you on. Where's everyone from? Yeah, light of the world, we got all that. And Hello Moon, yes, I'm in Pennsylvania. Um, that goes back to not letting any outside sources deter you from doing something. Yeah, Zon. Yeah, people see what you're doing, think you're doing some weird stuff or some out of bounds stuff or some demonic stuff, right? It'll deter you from tapping into your own body. It sounds more crazy. This is the thing, people. What sounds more crazy? Being in tune with your own body or giving your body and thoughts away to another deity that you never seen. But you got to deal with yourself every day. Hmm? Let's go. Jared said, "What's up?" Because you didn't put me in timeout for my joke. Um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, sub, bro. I was just saying before, like certain stuff, don't phase me like that, bro. I don't get upset. I don't get angry like that. Um, and thank you, Kaleidoscope of Love, for subbing. What do you do for work? I do God's work. Hello to the moon. Thanks for the book share. Yeah, nah, that was a great book share right there. Gus Bus, yo, you are a true troll. You come just to troll out like so Langston Hughes. Yes. It's terrible taste of oh HM, you back. Slimp, Phyllis Wheatley, Kaleidoscope of Love. Damn. Yeah, you tapped in for real. I'm pretty sure
there's some work in here from. I gotta tap into this book now with this poetry. I gotta leave that out now. Maybe tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. A couple hours. I'll jump into that. I was reading this Life of Christ book earlier before I came onto this live because I knew it would be a bunch of these Christ lovers on here. So, certain stuff I need to have certain information to make sure I had some stuff ready for them. Yeah, kaleidoscope. That's great. I love to hear that. I'm into the art too, and it's crazy that you say paintings. A lot of my content, well, most of my content that's based around senior attention. There, it's yeah, that's great to hear. I found a newfound hobby in art, searching for different graphics or um like different art, if you will, because that those be my thumbnails for my videos. I do faceless. I started out doing faceless videos um for my content. So I always look for content. I mean, I always look for certain arts or certain images that correlates with based around my content or the topic, I should say. And mind me if I'm speaking, I'm starting to get a little sleepy a little bit. I've been on for a couple hours. But it tricked my mind into looking at a lot of arts and images and stuff like that for my content. And it got me, yeah, looking into paintings and certain images and stuff like that. So yeah, I love looking at art. And like I said, with the poetry and stuff like that and reading, I've always been astute for reading and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, with the paintings and stuff like that, I never thought I'd be into stuff like that. So like it's a little hobby. I also got in my Amazon cart on deck some canvases, some brushes and stuff like that too, and some paint. Um I didn't know how pricey some paints are. I wanted to actually paint the sign also, put some color on the sign back here that I have. Um, so yeah, I got some stuff geared up and ready, and I was planning to do some of my own artwork, and that was stuff for me on the low. But Kaleidoscope of Love, you brought it up, saying that you love art, but that was, a hobby of mine that I wanted to get into. My therapist wants me on SSR medication to help with my. All right, bro. You might want- you got it, Nick. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, I'm about to get off of here as soon as the trolls are starting to roll in, and that's one of the things I encourage also is guys picking up new hobbies outside of the box, outside thinking. That helps with guys to get their minds off of the smut, off of things that don't matter, and pick up uh, new habits and new hobbies. Being that my content is based around senior attention, a lot of guys fall into being either lonely. Yeah, peace, bro. I'm about to get off in a minute. Yeah, guys, getting lonely, getting bored because a lot of guys on senior attention, they're single. Um, they get in isolation. They trying to find a new hobby or ways to transmute their energy. And I tell them all the time, you got to either um, once again get outside the house, do something productive, or pick up a hobby. And earlier, guys was talking about making money and hustling and stuff like that. That's cool, but at the end of the day, doing all that, is it really making you happy? Is the money going to make you happy, or you can find stuff to hold on, you find stuff to genuinely make you happy outside of the material and make money. reading the Bible doesn't do it for everybody, and that's the point. Picking up a hobby, making yourself happy. So once again, reading is good. Reading the Bible isn't for everyone who isn't religious. You can't, once again, put everyone in a box just because you're there, and no. So once again, picking up outside the box or thinking outside the box, that was one of the things I geared myself up to do, was go into the arts. And that's why I have literally in my Amazon cart, um, those canvases and those paintbrushes. That also gives activities for me and my son also to do. So RC Jaguars, bro. I'm about to get off here in the last 5 minutes, but you guys, y'all don't get it. So this is what I'm gonna start to do. Just to prove a point, right? Because this isn't religious talk anymore. This is real life talk. There's more to life than all that. Yes, volunteer for your local community helps. Giving back takes from our own selfish desires. Yes, kaleidoscope of love. That's the point. And kaleidoscope of love, I appreciate. That's another one. Volunteering your time, going to do something, going to soup kitchens and stuff like that, to these shelters to help out. Just volunteering your time. It doesn't have to be no recourse to get money back or anything. To just putting out goodness in the world, not just talking about it, actually being a vessel and being about it. And it takes away from your own selfish desires. But yes, once again, stuff for me, and also when I cool with my son, us getting into something that's outside the box of just sports and video games and stuff like that. Yo, let's paint something. Let's what I mean, do something that's a little bit artsy or whatever. And he's into that too. He can't wait to get into that too. But I encourage the guys. The guys mostly, they need that. A lot of guys struggle with that lust and stuff like that. I've been there, so I know how it is. But we all need that uplifting, and we all need that direction. And thank you. Yeah, Dave says keep it up. Yeah, keep putting up the work. I appreciate it. And guys, once again, I appreciate all of you who've come through, showing love through the chat. I'll catch y'all in the next live with love and peace.